She's right there in the red jacket.
Oh, okay. Someone's blocking her view. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see it. Yeah, she's behind the carpet. In the back. Oh, I see her red in the third row. I bet Mr. Moscow is probably his former student. He's probably Moscow's former student. Yeah.
Very. We have to talk about that phone case.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's not very hip, is it?
No, it's very frugal for you.
Yeah. This is just a standard issue.
I said phone case.
Oh, that too. Well, I'll work out the mistakes now, so I don't make too much of a ass of myself.
I've already made the mistakes. So how many of the people here in Greenlee were out today? How many of the people here in Green today were out of the office today?
How many people? Oh God, I didn't. 29, 24 were out today, so I don't know.
How many teachers were out?
I don't know. I don't look at it every day. I'm not the ASIN person, so I don't look at it every day.
It's too bad. I'd like to wish the 9 that were sick, speedy recovery.
Teresa, can I give this to you? Is that where
Yes, sir. You signed it?
Barry, did I hear you say green is your favorite color?
Yeah.
It is really mine too.
Yeah, well, always have.
What color? Green.
I got my 3 green pens.
Green's the color of money, but where's the sugar?
Good evening. The Clintondale Board of Education, February 10th, 2025, regular board meeting started at 6:33. Everyone please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening. Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Ms. Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Maynard.
Present.
Mr. Powers.
Present.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Present.
Ms. Valerio Nauk. Present.
Roll call shows all members in attendance. Also in attendance this evening, I see Miss Alex Herschel. Do I see athletic? I don't see athletics. I do see Miss Lee Walmsley, our HR director, Teresa Wilson, our executive secretary.
Madam President,
Yes, Mr. Maynard.
I make a motion to approve the agenda with the following changes. 1, removal of the minutes, because we have to fix a few things.
Yep.
2, the addition under correspondence to include all the letters from the candidates seeking the board seat for the record, both withdrawn and current and still in. And 3rd, removal of item number 7 and 8 from the non-consent agenda.
Madam Secretary, did you catch all that? wants the correspondence to reflect.
Yeah, they have to reflect the
All
public
the-
agenda
yes.
because they're on our green agenda. They just need to reflect the public
Correct.
agenda.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Maynard. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by Mr. Wilson. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Powers.
I'm not sure I understand the basis for the motion. I was wondering if the chair could put it to the moving party as to the rationale behind the motion.
The correspondence for our agenda this evening did not reflect all the correspondence from the 5 candidates for the vacant board seat tonight, as well as the withdrawal from Mr. Braswell, or excuse me, the ineligibility of Mr. Braswell, and then the withdrawal from Mr. Noak. Mr. Maynard, I'm also motioned on our agenda to remove items number 7, 8, to be added at another date, as there is clarification from this board in those classifications. And did I miss anything else, Mr. Maynard?
The minutes, just, we have to fix a couple of things, as my esteemed colleague knows.
Correct.
We asked for the summary of the superintendent's report to be included in
Yes.
the minutes. And there was 2 motions that were wrong. They just need to be, one motion that was wrong that needs to be written correctly, and then the minutes should be ready to go.
Does that clarify, Mr. Powers?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Maynard. The request as to the approval of the minutes, I don't think it's well-founded. That's the second item on our agenda, if approved. And if the minutes are not satisfactory, then the proper corporate action is to disapprove the minutes. And that would be the corporate action, not to amend the minutes in any way other than as discussion that might be held on that agenda item might elaborate and elucidate for us. So I think that part of the motion is, perhaps could be supplemented or amended, but I don't see how that's appropriate at this stage of the proceeding. And then as to the correspondence, again, I'm still not entirely sure why that requires a motion. I, for one, did not get anything in my packet regarding the candidates for the open position. That was sent to us on our official email facility. And I don't know that there was anything untoward about that. And I don't know if there's anything that needs to be corrected or any corporate action need to be taken on that. So I will oppose the motion on that basis as well for that reason. Again, unless, and again, I'm always open, I'm not trying to give trustee Maynard a hard time. I just, if there's clarification or supplementation or amendment, but at this point, I don't understand why it has to be made a part of a formal motion. I think the correspondence is in order.
Thank you. So then I understand then we should amend the agenda and then.
Madam President,
Yes, Mr. Maynard.
not to give my esteemed colleague an even harder time,
Yes.
but I'll point it out, one, under non-consent agenda item, it was 2AD, the motion was to have a committee of the whole meeting tonight.
Correct.
And that was a motion by myself, seconded by Mr. Wilson.
Correct.
And that is not what the motion here is saying. And the reason this is important to get this before we come together is, as Mr. Powers knows, this is the only legal document that counts inside of a court of law when they're asking whether we did something right, wrong, or indifferent. So in addition to that, there's also a typo error on the top where it says 000. And then again, the superintendent's report, which was part of the motion to approve last time, is not listed as well. So in order for us to have a complete set of minutes to either then turn up or turn down, we need to have the changes made, and then we can turn them up and turn them down. Either or, whichever the board chooses.
Again, may it please the chair, if I may respond, the trustee is referring to the proposed minutes of the January 27th meeting and none other, nothing having to do with the agenda for today. And I've already commented on why I don't think that a motion at this point to remove the minutes is in order, or even, I don't even know if we have the power to do that. I think, again, the corporate action is not to approve the minutes. Of course, if we don't approve the minutes, that doesn't mean it just hangs out there in perpetuity. It has to be corrected at some point. But I think that that goes back to the minute approval, or the minute preparation committee, whoever that might be, for resubmission at the next meeting.
Well, I do remember reading in the Open Meeting Act, we can approve the minutes, and then we can go back and change them. There has to be a deletion, and then, the adding of the correction. So it would be like a line strike, and then the correct addition to the minutes.
I accept that.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor for Mr. Maynard that we're going to, we wanted to amend.
So if you want me to acquiesce to that, to help you along the way,
Yes,
that is acceptable.
Amenable?
Yeah, as long
Okay.
as they get changed.
Correct.
And we don't get sued between now and next board meeting.
absolutely.
Yep.
Mr. Wilson, do you still support?
Yes.
Very good. Madam Secretary, oh, yes, I'm sorry, Mr.
Madam
Howard.
Chair.
No, go ahead,
Just
Mr.
back to trustee, if
Yes,
he would be so kind as to engage me, or engage the board. But that still doesn't correct what I understand is problematic about the correspondence. I'm still not sure what defect there is pertaining to the correspondence or lack thereof. I'm not sure I still understand that or the basis for it.
yes, Mr. Maynard. I'm
All right.
sorry, are you
Yeah.
finished, Mr. Powers?
I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll just explain it, because we've done this multiple times, and you've actually seconded this multiple times. And this is the public agenda, the white one, because you print it out just like I do, okay? If you look at the public agenda, it says Margie, Perquette, Chavez, Carter, and Walmsley that we have correspondences from. When the reality is, on our green agenda, which was printed here for us today, we have the rest that have to be added to the public agenda. So that's why we're adding the names here of all the correspondences that came for board business here. That's all we're doing. So you send a letter, we put it on there. Thank you very much. And it's just a simple mistake. It was probably in the second pile, and we just needed to fix it. That's all.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, trustee Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, gentlemen. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
and Ms. Felicia Kaminsky, sorry.
Yes, yes. Motion passes 7-0.
6.
6.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Next item of business would be approval of the bills. It is recommended by the superintendent and the board president that the board approve the bills ending January 31st, 2025. Is there a motion on the floor?
I'll support.
You a motion? I need a motion first.
I'll motion, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Valerio Noak is motioning. Do I have support? I will support. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes.
Mr. Powers.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes. Let the record reflect that the motion passes 6-0. Correspondence is recommended by the superintendent and the board president that the board accept the correspondence and receive them. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mrs. Valerio Noak motions. Is there support?
Support.
Ms. Wilson, is there any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Valerio Noak, would you please take the roll?
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Powers.
Yes.
And Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, let the record reflect. Motion passed 6-0. Our student representatives are not with us this evening. They are in the gymnasium at a basketball game, participating in a basketball game. So that will take us to our superintendent report. It's all yours.
Thank you. Got a couple topics I want to discuss this evening. First is I'd like to congratulate and introduce some individuals from our Young People's Theater. Our Young People's Theater was at the Mid-Michigan Theater Festival for 2025. The Clintondale Young People's Theater once again participated in the 30th Annual Mid-Michigan Theater Festival on January 25th. This group is the only non-high school theater group to be invited to participate in this large two-day theater festival in the state. This is the 12th year of the Young People's Theater performing at this event. This year's production, The Curse of the Golden Apple, was performed by the 15-member cast. The cast members aged 7 to 13 received a standing ovation from the 500 high school theater actors and technology stage members at the end of their performance. In addition, each of the 15 members were invited on stage to another standing ovation to receive individual acting awards for their performance. This is the first time that has ever occurred at the festival. A special thank you to Carla and Ken Kelly, Melissa and Kevin Stewart, Becky Ram, and all the parents and the cast members for their support and involvement. In addition, the cast received an invitation from the Saginaw Valley State University Theater Department to perform the production for the university's theater students. Plans are in the work for this production to accept this very high honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for acknowledging our students. It's really nice to see these kids able to do that. This is in the 12th year, and we're hoping that we can do it again and keep it going for a while. It's nice that there's still still performing arts programs here at the school that are running, and we're hoping that we can start building on and make more and make this a bigger, better thing than it already is. And I see a couple of our parents out here that I've had as students, and one of them is now going to be running for school board. So holy cow, I'm getting old. So,
You don't look it.
we just need to make sure that these kids keep getting the support that you guys have given them. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Swanborough.
Another celebration I wanted to talk about, on February 7th, we had our 35th annual award celebration for unlocking potential for our career and technical education students in Macomb County. I'm happy to announce that we had two students, Jayshawn Blue and Chercy Mackins, both received awards while at the CTE program. It was a great breakfast that they put on at Macomb Intermediate School District. We went in, they were able to be called on stage for their work with CTE and what we're doing here within Clintondale. Final area I wanted to bring up, it's right around the corner. I know I've added into a couple weekly updates, but there's some up there by the exit as well. But our GSRP and our kindergarten roundup has already begun. So we've already started to put together information to have our roundup out there for both our kindergarten roundup as well as our GSRP. This is our GSRP flyer that's going out. It's a two-sided. It just tells a little bit of information. So if you know anyone in the community looking for information on GSRP, please make sure you grab a couple. Also follow us on social media, as Alex will continue to put all that information out.
And that concludes your report.
That's it.
Thank you, sir. The next topic for discussion on our agenda tonight is actual discussion that was previously discussed at our January 27th meeting, correct? There was a motion to have discussion concerning policy 2404, and then I had understood it as discussion establishing committee of the whole. Upon further review and looking through our policies, I did not find I found a identical policy, but one of the policies, which I believe is 2505C, was not adopted into our policy book, and therefore needs to be added to with review of the policy committee. Some of the discussion was committee membership, chair people, and then focus of the committee, as well as policies and procedures before the district. Upon further research on the committees, it has been past practice of the president to select the committees. I did discuss with each individual board member this weekend that being that there is no identifiable policy for the discussion of committees, I will select the committee members and the chair people this evening. And then we will submit that into the record for our next public meeting, which I believe is February 24th. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to engage in discussion on these items? Seeing none, that brings us to our public comment section. We encourage you to voice your opinion on topics on the agenda. Please stand and be recognized by the chairperson and state your name, your address before commenting. To provide the opportunity, for all to participate, board policy limits each individual to 3 minutes. To ensure due process and respect of individual rights, the district maintains a formal process for handling complaints against individuals. A problem involving an individual or individuals or specific incident is best handled through administrative channels. Speakers are asked to express themselves in civil manner with due respect for the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that if your statements violate the rights of others under the law of defamation or invasion of privacy, you may be held legally responsible. Is there anyone wishing to have public comment tonight concerning items on the agenda? Good evening.
I have a question first. Is there going to be an interview to fill the vacancy?
I'm sorry.
Is there going to be an interview of candidates to fill the vacancy?
Yes, that's the next item on the agenda.
Can I
New
speak
business.
now for that, or should I wait till afterwards?
That would be an item on the agenda.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
All right. Bishop D.O. Bradley, 22645 Quinn Road, Clinton Township. I was at the last board meeting when Mr. Maynard was looking to this board meeting to fill a board vacancy, saying that the board should meet to agree on the questions to be asked of the candidates. But when he gave an example for the test questions, he invoked the name of the previous superintendent, who, as far as I'm concerned, was not allowed to do his job and was eventually run out of town. He invoked the name of Superintendent Brodnick. But why does that name always come up, Mr. Maynard, Mr. Powers as well? Can the two of you let go of Superintendent Brodnick, who's no longer here? Why is it this insatiable desire to continue your quest to what I consider to be the academically lynching? It's the money. You went to court because he left with money. You wanted it back. You still want it back. You lost in court trying to get it back. He beat you in the court. The district's own attorneys defended Brodnick. They didn't defend you. Both of you were embarrassed in the proceedings by the court, and everyone needs to get the transcript of the trial to see how infantile your presentations were. It was a bench trial, not a jury trial. It was a bench trial, and the judge ruled against the two of you. If there's one thing that I've learned that a white man can't stand, that eats at him, is to be outmaneuvered by a black man. The chief example being what occurred when white slave owners went to the Supreme Court to get Dred Scott back to the plantation from which he escaped. I hope that in the interview with these candidates, that the questions that is asked of these candidates, among those questions is nothing about Brodnick or what went on back then. Let it go. This ravenous rage is eating at this district like a cancer. Everyone wants it stopped, want it ended. You two just can't stop it, and it's going to end up destroying both of you, but hopefully it won't destroy this district. And I just want to say again, you need to let it go. Brodnick is gone. Let it go.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing for public comment for items on the agenda? Hearing none, we now go to new business. It is recommended by the board president to conduct interviews for the vacant board member position. Is there anyone that will make a motion to conduct the interviews for the vacant board position?
Madam Chairman, I move we conduct interviews.
Mr. Powers makes the motion. Does he have support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson? Is there any further discussion?
I have discussion.
Yes, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Madam President. Today, we received a letter about one of our candidates. In my opinion, I believe it's a defamation of character letter. I was very disappointed to receive the letter without it. I didn't see anything that was fact-checked or substantiated. We have a random person sending a letter about Mr. Rucker.
Okay.
And I want this on record because I feel that he now has an unfair advantage to the other candidates by what was said about him in the letter. I am disappointed that the letter that we received, it was not a follow-up to fact check. We just accepted a letter from a random person about one of the candidates. How is the board supposed to make an objective review of Mr. Rucker? And I'll tell you, I have asked plenty of people about Mr. Rucker, and I've got nothing but positive feedback about Mr. Rucker. He is a family man. He's for the community. So my question is, based on the information, and I wouldn't be bringing this to you, but it really skewed a lot when I got that today, hours before we're supposed to make a decision about a board member. So how are we supposed to be objective when this young man gets up here and speaks and answers questions? But we all know in the back of our mind, we got that defamation. I'm saying defamation. And you, I'm not sure if you realize this became complicit when you spread it amongst the board. So I'm very disappointed. So that's my question. How do we make an objective decision about Mr. Rucker?
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. We as board members received, we all received a letter concerning Mr. Rucker, a positive letter from Mr. Harris. I felt when I was contacted or sent this email that the board should also be aware of it. I did have a conversation with this gentleman who, again, you saw exactly what he said. I felt it was my duty as president to share with my fellow board members what was sent to me. I also felt, I did phrase in the email that, I researched a little bit of what the gentleman said. I encouraged you all to do research as well. And then, you could do nothing and make your own opinion with Mr. Rucker tonight. I feel that I gave information to this board, but I feel as board members, we can all, we have the information, we can get a sense from Mr. Rucker tonight to make a fair and impartial decision. So while I understand your concern and I do see your view, I feel as a board that, we can make a fair and impartial decision here tonight.
The difference is between Mr. Harris's recommendation versus a letter that defames a person, that puts us in a difficult situation. And I understand why you say you sent it, but there was no fact-checking or fact-based in anything that I received to coordinate or align with what this said individual said. So that's really my statement, because
Okay.
now I feel that Mr. Rucker is at an unfair advantage to the other candidates.
And I do have a question, Madam President.
Yes, Mr.
What
Wilson.
What is a prerequisite to be on the board?
You need to be a registered voter of the district.
Registered voter.
You need to live within the district for, or be a resident of the state of Michigan for 30 days.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe there are,
I understand.
Yes.
I guess what Mrs. Wilson saying is that none of that was addressed in the letter. If the prerequisite is the prerequisite, I don't understand why someone would send something so negative. It's only just sway people's votes. That's it. You're right. We did get a positive letter on Mr. Rucker. And we know the candidate somewhat, but to receive that letter at 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon prior to this board was unacceptable. Unacceptable. So, thank you, Madam President.
thank you, Mr. Wilson, and Ms. Wilson as well. I will be honest, I did not perceive that intent. What I saw from this letter was this person making a statement, telling us how he arrived at that statement. I corroborated the statement from the post on Facebook. So like I say, I don't know, you know, if, I don't feel that I made a poor judgment on sharing the email.
Madam President, we
Yes.
have to ask ourselves, why would someone, a random person, we are validating this person more than the candidate. I don't know if you know the individual. We don't even know this individual, and we are putting more weight on an individual sending a letter about Mr. Rucker. For all we know, he doesn't like Mr. Rucker. For all we know, he had a bad run-in with Mr. Rucker. Has nothing to do with Mr. Rucker looking to be on the board today. And we are taking the word of a random person against a candidate. I think that's unfair, and I'll let others speak.
Mrs. Wilson, thank you, and Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
I
Maynard.
just want to say this. I'm not taking that word. I've been in politics a long time. I know what a hit job is when somebody speaks from the podium. I know what a hit job is when it got mailed to us on Ken's opponent for the superintendent race 3 days later. It is a hit job. And it's not worth the paper it was printed on. It's not worth the email that it was printed. Now, Ms. Kaminsky was right to forward and notify you all that that had come in. She absolutely, I believe, did that correctly, because we all should be aware of everything that may happen on this board. Now, for me, it's not going to sway me one bit on Will. I've known Will for a long time. I think he graduated with one of my brothers or somewhere in the line in between there. He's been at my house for dinner, and parties. We don't want to discuss the parties. But the point is, for me, it's going to be the same amount of thing that when you get a political mailer in and says, don't vote for this guy because he's very bad. Well, it gets looked at, it gets thrown in the trash. But the right thing was for all of us to see that, so we were all aware. Now, I'll go one step further. The gentleman who sent that, if you have something to say about somebody, man up, say it to their face, or come take your 3 minutes and take your pasting along with what your comment is. So that letter for me is not worth the paper it was printed on, and it was clear as day that it was directed to do a negative thing, and it's not going to have a negative on me or on this interview process from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Valerian-Oak.
Thank you, Trustee Maynard, for saying what you did, but I will also add to this. I am not one person to be swayed by comments by other people, rumors, and innuendos. If you have an opinion about someone, you're free to share it with me. It doesn't mean I'm going to believe it, and it doesn't mean I'm taking it to the bank. I want to hear from each of the candidates myself and hear what they have to say on what they bring to the table. So I hope that helps you feel a little bit better, but I will vouch. I know I can vouch for myself. I don't listen to anything except for the candidates themselves.
Thank you, Ms. Valerian-Oak. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair, just a clarification.
Yes.
Turned it off. Just a clarification. We're going to ask if we have any clarifying questions about what they submitted, and then we're going to ask them questions, or are we just going to ask the same 2 questions, or whatever questions we have to each candidate?
No, the clearly states in our process
I
that,
want you to state it publicly.
okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. So, do you want me to state this? Because we have a motion on the floor. Should we vote on that motion?
Yep.
Yes,
Madam
Mr.
Chairman,
Powers?
I'm sorry,
I have
yes.
an objection to Mr. Maynard's motion. My motion is on the floor.
That's what I said.
So-
Mr. Powers,
so
yes.
I would ask, by right, to have that voted upon before the chairman entertain another motion, unless the motion is directed to table my motion for some reason, or to modify or to supplement the motion. But at this point, my motion stands, it's been seconded, and I believe there's been adequate discussion, and perhaps it's time to act on that motion before we entertain new motions. And I will say, I don't know of anything that restricts my ability to ask any questions that I believe are prudent and are required of me to satisfy my obligations as a board member. So I'm not exactly sure what that motion is, but I guess if Mr. Maynard wants to make it at the appropriate time, I will address it at the time.
Well, the motion on the floor is to conduct interviews for the board member position. I think where Mr. Maynard's concern is that I did not identify our process. And so he's making sure that the process will be communicated to the public, to the prospective interviewees, and to the board, so that it refreshes us from our last process. So the motion on the floor is to conduct interviews for the vacant board member. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Valeria Noak, would you please take the roll?
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Noak, yes. And Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes. The motion does pass 6-0. The statements for those who are unfamiliar with our process is that the candidates will be interviewed in alphabetical order. They will stand at the podium, state their name, and give up to a 3-minute introduction of themselves to the board. The board members will ask some clarifying questions from the attached questions that they were given. There were 10 questions that they were asked to fill out. Board members may ask additional questions at this time. After the candidates have been interviewed, the board may take a short recess so that each member can go over their notes. And then when meeting resumes, a member of the board may make a motion to appoint one of the candidates. If that motion is seconded, the president will call for a vote. If that motion is not seconded, another motion may be made for a different candidate. If no candidate is picked at this meeting, the appointment process will move to the ISD. If a candidate is selected this evening, that person will be sworn in and will need to sign the acceptance of the office, and this will take place immediately. Does that satisfy everybody on the board? We know what we're going to do?
Yes.
All right, very good. So that being said, if we're doing this in alphabetical order, our first interviewee will be Mr. William Rucker Floyd. Mr. Rucker, would you please come to the podium? Yeah, 3 minutes. Yep.
Good evening, members of the board and the community. I want to thank you for considering me for the position. My name is William Rucker Floyd, and I'm honored to be here as a candidate for the school board. As a former student of Clintondale, I've firsthand seen the impact this district has on its students, and I'm eager to contribute to the continued success. I understand the importance of fostering an environment where every student feels like they belong, and I'm committed to ensuring that all students, regardless of their background or their challenges, have the resources and the support they need to survive. Having grown up in the community and working blue-collar industries, I bring a practical mindset with a hard, strong work ethic, and I believe in collaboration, transparency, and making decisions based on our students. Education is not just about academic achievement. It's about creating a well-rounded individual who's ready for the future. And this is why I'm so passionate about supporting programs that would build inclusiveness, mentorships, and strong relationships between the students and the staff. As a board member, I would advocate for policies
that not only support high academic standards, but also promotes the emotional and social well-being of that student. I see great potential in expanding mentorship programs, exploring community involvement, and further supporting these great teachers that are sitting behind me, who are here, and who is the backbone of this district. I do understand that there is challenges coming ahead. I'm here to maintain strong teacher retention, to make sure our students feel seen and supported, but I also see a tremendous opportunity to build the strengths of Clintondale, including our strong athletic department, commitment to our educational excellence. I'm also a person that when you walk through this building, I get a sense of pride, right? And as an adult, I'm understanding that that sense of pride means there needs to be work. You can't have that pride if you're not willing to actually put boots on the ground and do something for the community. And I'm here to step up for my district and my community.
Thank you, sir. I am just going to do this roundtable from the board. So I will start to my left. Mr. Wilson, did you have any clarifying questions for the, 16 questions that Mr. Rucker submitted?
Yes. How you doing today, Mr. Rucker?
I'm doing beautiful, thank you.
Good. Question number 16. What is your vision for education in this community? Could you elaborate on that? Could you, a little more explanation?
Yeah, so my vision for our community is to help these students strive. I'm in a place of employment where I feel like I could add to the value of these students that are either just not going to college or just happen to not be privy to that type of second education. I see myself as somebody that could mentor these kids. I'm so sorry about that. I was saying, these are our children, by the way. They're not kids. I also feel like with the right licenses and the right CTE programs that we could develop with my background, I feel like I can give these kids another opportunity to strive. That's my plan. My vision is to help the kid, just to help. I've always been that avenue that if you need help, that Clintondale was some place that you could always fall back on and have that support from the administration, teachers, and our coaches.
Good. Thank you. I just have one question.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
No, I'm finished. That was only, I just needed one.
Just the one, okay. Ms. Wilson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This is regarding question number 14 about the board being more accessible to the community. Why do you think it's important for the board to be accessible to the community?
Well, I believe if we're engaging more on the social platforms, it would help the community understand the tough decisions that the board has. And that's how I feel about that question.
Thank you.
You all set, Ms. Wilson?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, yes, you're welcome. The president is going to defer. Ms. Valerio Noak, do you have any clarifying questions for Mr. Rucker?
No, none.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Powers, did you have any clarifying questions to Mr. Rucker's questionnaires?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Rucker Floyd. How do you care to be addressed? I hope that's not one of my questions. Is it Mr. Rucker Floyd or Mr. Rucker or Mr. Floyd?
I believe the back of my football jersey said Rucker, so I don't mind.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you a question, if I may, on your answer to number 9. I read the first sentence in that answer as, quote, "I believe in clear, honest communication." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And when you submitted these materials, your letter January 22, your answers of January 31, were those answers accurate?
Yes, sir.
Were you being totally honest in providing that information to the board?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to correct any of the information today? Do you think anything that you might have submitted may have been inaccurate?
No, sir. If you would privy me to the question at hand, then maybe I could clarify some information for you.
Yes, sir. In your materials, you say, quote, "As a civil engineer, I've spent years solving complex problems," et cetera. So you are a civil engineer?
Where are you reading this, Mr. Powers? That's not question number 9.
No, that's part of his.
I am ready to address the question.
Would you please?
Yes, sir. I do not have a formal degree in engineering, but I have spent 10 years working directly in the field with companies like Consumers Energy, Simco, and DTE. During that time, I've gained hands-on experience in areas like topography surveys, utility locating, and low-voltage distribution design, all of which are critical in civil engineering projects. I've worked my way from a utility locator, the low of the totem pole when it comes to doing anything civil engineering, and I've worked my way up, applying engineering principles every day. While I may not have that degree, my experience has gave me the skills and the knowledge to align closely with those responsibilities of a civil engineer. I'm focused on solving problems, delivering results in a way that contributes directly to infrastructure development and maintenance.
But to be a civil engineer, you need a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, right?
I'm gonna say no, sir. I work in the field. I work for a company called Metro Engineering Solutions. I work alongside civil engineers, structural engineers, electrical engineers, and we all do the same job, sir. I'm a person of merit. I've gained my position by hard work and dedication, and proving that I was somebody that can be trusted to supervise, to manage, and to maintain contracts with Fortune 500 companies, like I stated earlier.
How far did you go in a formal course of study in civil engineering from an engineering college post-secondary to your graduate from high school?
I gained my experience through working.
Okay, so you've never studied civil engineering at a college of engineering, is that fair?
That's fair to say, sir.
Okay, so would you care to amend what you said in your materials that you are a civil engineer? Or do you stand by the fact that you are a civil engineer?
I stand by it, sir.
Mr. Powers, I don't see that in question number 9.
No, that's in his interest letter.
Thank you.
So what Mr. Powers is directing to is
I see what you're saying, Mr. Will.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'm focusing on the questions. Okay, thank you.
and that's acceptable.
May I ask just one other line, Madam Chairman?
I'm sorry, Mr. Powers?
May I ask one other line of questioning?
We are discussing his answers. If these are clarifying questions.
This would be a clarifying question.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
just a different area.
Thank you.
Mr. Rucker, do you understand that if you're appointed, you have to take an oath to uphold the constitutions of the United States and of the state of Michigan? Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any pause or concern or hesitation to do that at all?
No, sir.
If you were appointed and you were called upon to take corporate action, vote for corporate action of the board as a constituent member of the board, to expend monies of the district that the board does not have constitutional authority under the Constitution of the State of Michigan to do. Can you think of there would be any rationale for you to vote for such a measure?
Can you restate the question?
In other words, if you take an oath to support the Michigan Constitution, can you ever think of a time that it would be appropriate for you to vote for action that is not supported and would in fact be in violation of the Michigan Constitution? Can you think of any scenario where that would be appropriate for you?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Maynard, did you have clarifying questions for Mr. Rucker?
Will, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
You posted on Facebook today you wanted a confirmation hearing. Well, surprise, you're getting it. My question is going to start with question number 4. And for the audience out there who don't see it, it is, what do you see as the roles and responsibility of a school board member? In particular, do you have your questions?
I do.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir, I'm looking at it now.
Okay. How do you determine proper oversight? What do you see that as a board member?
Well, I would refer to the 3 C's. I'm gonna vote with my conscience. I'm gonna vote with the caucus and for my constituents. And that's my answer.
Okay. As you saw tonight, we had to remove some things from the agenda. There's oversight that this board is responsible for when we review the packet. Sometimes we get to Felicia 10 minutes before the meeting, sometimes we get to her 3 days, depending on when we can read our packets. One of the sections of oversight is when you read your packet. And I'd like to know if, I'd like you to answer the question again
Okay.
on proper oversight. So in your due diligence, what would you see as proper oversight?
Well, I believe, just like my answer states, that the board member is to set a direction in the district to ensure the district is following policies, and making sure we're meeting our goals and staying within budget. It's important that we work as a team and collaborate with the superintendent and the staff while representing the interests of the community. When it comes to the oversight, I believe that type of governance is how I would go forward, excuse me.
Go forward, okay. 7, this job, this is always a fun question. 5 regularly scheduled meetings, depending on what goes on. You don't have any scheduling problems if Felicia has to call a meeting in 19 hours, you'd be reasonably available?
No, sir. As a design engineer with my company, I'm privy to take my work home with me. So being in this position is one of the main reasons why I felt I would be an added choice for the board.
Okay. That's good to hear, because I like to see more people at the sporting events, at the play we just witnessed, and some other places. Rashida's got something at the end of the month, if you don't know already. My final question, you and I were close, 98, 06. Mr. Powers in 80, and I don't remember when Mr. Wilson graduated. And you talk about the highlights that you see here as the district. You posted out the athletic program, which we talk about. But is there anything else watching this board meeting that you would think would be a highlight?
That would be a highlight that I should talk about, is what you're asking? Well, I will state that a lot of the teachers and staff still know me because I am a person that took every opportunity that Clintondale gave when it came to sports and theater. I do believe Mr. Todd Swanborough was actually speaking about me because I was one of those kids that got a reward and won that Mid-Michigan competition. I've also been in the community theater since graduation. In 2006, I was voted by the Macomb to be the most optimistic student coming out of Macomb County. I was also privy to sitting on the Board of Education as a student representative. Yeah. And I also, my first job was through the district. I believe Mrs. White, who was the assistant to the athletic department, she hired me to do the books at any game that didn't have somebody to do books. So if it was baseball, softball, volleyball games, girls basketball games, I would do the books, and I also would sweep the floor. I received a paycheck every 2 weeks, and that is, I guess, what molded me to be who I am today. And I think coming back in the community is going to show my support for a community that grew me to the individual I am.
Thank you for your answer. We've done a lot on this board, a tremendous amount, and if you get the seat, I think you should take a few seconds from secure entrances to bringing back an SRO office or the changing culture around the building. They're doing a lot more things. You mentioned in here installing a reading program. I was involved in the tail end of that. We've done a lot of other repurposed Rainbow into an early childhood center, which is starting our ascendancy so everybody knows kids will be identified, checked out, and whatever needs to be worked on from grade to grade to grade will be passed on. It's providing a solid foundation, and it wasn't the most popular decision, but many people in the room did support it as the moving forward for the right decision, even though they may not have liked it. So those are just some things, but just like you, man, I can open up the yearbook. So with that, Madam President, I'm all set here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rucker, I have no clarifying questions. I felt very refreshed in some of your answers, so thank you. At this point in time then, I believe in the past, we've been able to ask a couple questions, but we kept it to the same, we had to ask each candidate the same 2 questions. And I believe, board may ask additional questions at that time, so maybe, you know, I apologize. Shall we go with that past practice? You feel, okay, so let's, I'll do the same. Mr. Wilson, do you have 2 questions for Mr. Rucker?
No, I do not have any more questions for
Okay.
Mr. Rucker. I listened to the board. I'm pretty satisfied.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wilson?
No more questions for me.
Thank you. Ms. Valerio Noak?
I have a couple of questions, and I didn't want to ask before, because I wasn't sure if they were clarifying or not, because they kind of overlap. By the way, welcome. I have been in your shoes, so I know how you feel right now. So having said that, one of the things that I was reading through your question, I got the impression that you have a lot of educational buzzword in there, and I've been in education for a long time, been in schools and libraries. As a civil engineer or engineer of any type, most of them don't speak lingo, just like I wouldn't speak civil engineer lingo because I don't know it. So I'm kind of wondering, how did you get your background or information on hot topics in education?
I researched, ma'am, and I found the new agenda that the board voted on. I just researched and I read on it and I answered my question accordingly.
That's fair. And the other question that I have is, being on the school board, everyone thinks it's a real easy job, and I know you've already founded on it, talking to us, saying that, you know, that we have challenges that people don't know about, but how do you handle, challenges when people, think they know more than you, or not even that they know more than you, but that they have, a better understanding than you do, like treat you as if you're out of the loop, like you have no idea? How do you deal with naysayers, let's put it that way, in your job or in socially?
Well, in life in general, I'm a firm believer that opportunity comes to those who create it, first of all. I want to say that. And I also would say that being respectful, respecting someone's opinion, and being stern in response to your opinion in general, I think would serve to the boards. So to answer the question, I believe in teamwork. I believe in getting to know the people that is on the board with me. I believe in communication, clear communication, and being aware of the board's policies, privy to having to sit down and discuss. So again, I would do my research, and I would back any opinion of myself with facts.
Okay, and my last question, and I ask this of every candidate that have ever come up here to ask for a position on the board. As a librarian, I always judge people by what their favorite book is, and if they were stranded with nothing else to read, what would be the one book you would want?
I would want the Bible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valerio Doak. Mr. Powers, do you have questions that you'll be asking each of our candidates?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Rucker, do you mind if I ask you just a couple more questions?
Please proceed.
Okay. As was discussed earlier tonight at the board level, there's a requirement that you be a registered voter within the district and that you have your primary residence within the district. My understanding is that you became a registered voter in the district on Willis Street, 35057, either in late November, early December of last year. Is that?
Mi-
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Powers?
So you are,
Are you asking the question to all three of the candidates?
Same question.
The same question? Okay, thank
If
you.
it please the chair.
Please.
Oh, you were not civil engineers.
Is that your primary residence?
To answer the question, I've met every criteria to run for the position, and I'm determined, and I can demonstrate those facts if need be, but I don't feel like this is the time or the place for it.
So you're choosing not to answer the question whether that's your primary residence?
No, no, sir. My answer is I've met every criteria to run for this position, and I can demonstrate those facts for you, but I just don't feel like this is the forum to do so.
How long have you lived at the address where you're registered to vote?
I do believe you stated it previously in November.
So you've lived there since November?
Yes.
Have you spent any overnights there?
I'll answer the question with, I've met every criteria to run for this position, and I can demonstrate those facts, but I don't feel like this is the place for it.
Would you please demonstrate those facts right now to us?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Powers?
Yes?
I see, I want to give you your time, but I see Mr. Maynard is also, is there?
Yeah, well, I appreciate not being interrupted by Mr. Maynard. I understand the chair has some concerns about
I
the
do,
process.
yes.
So is there some suggestion that the questions that I'm asking are somehow not germane to the position that we're acting on tonight?
I'm not saying that they're not germane. I'm saying that we're supposed to be asking these questions to each of the
Yeah, and I
candidates.
intend to do so.
All
And
right,
that's what, as I said before.
all right, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker. Please go
If I
ahead
can
and please,
approach
if
the
you would,
bench,
if you
I
would
guess.
demonstrate that, please. You probably should go to the chairman.
Thank you. No, I,
Madam President.
yes,
it is-
Mr. Maynard.
I'm gonna, it's despite my colleague's
I-
Is there a
reference.
motion? If
Point
there's
of
not a
order.
motion, trustee is
Can
out
I
of
have
order.
some order, please? Being new to this chair, I would appreciate some clarity on function and role. So I believe I made it very clear we're to ask the same questions to all of the candidates. When these applications come forward, identity is verified. So I'm not quite sure why we're going down this road.
Is the chairman making a motion?
I am not making a motion, I am seeking clarity in what questions Mr. Powers is hoping to ascertain.
Respectfully, I'm not sure that I have an obligation to respond to that, and I'm satisfied as long as I can see what the chairman is seeing. Could the chairman please pass the materials along to the other members of the board?
No.
Okay, I want to give everybody the same
Yes, ma'am.
opportunity that,
Thank you.
you're welcome, Mr. Wilson. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Would you pass this to? We're trying to conduct business. Please keep your talk to whisper. Thank you.
I believe that we have to make a record of this for the Freedom of Information Act and the Public Meetings Act, so I don't know if Mr. Rucker has any objection to that, but
I am quite sure that our executive assistant has documented the necessary requirements to the posting and to the policy of the board.
well, I move that we make a record of this.
I-
Otherwise, the public will not know what it is we've been shown and what we are considering when we vote.
Can we just name what you saw? Okay.
The motion's on the floor, if there's no second,
I
there's no second.
believe we're conducting, thank you, Mr. Maynard. Can you clarify something? Because
I'm gonna clarify 3 things with you.
thank you.
First, the reason I was Mr. Powers is because every time Mr. Powers asks questions, the audience snickers. They do all this stuff. It happens every time like clockwork. Other board members snucker. I've had to sit in your seat and I've had to gavel other board members down. I've had to gather the audience down. Whether you like his questions or not, he's in the seat. He has the right to say them. And if you don't like his questions, there's 3 minutes at the end of the meeting to come up and talk about his questions. But we are having a meeting in public to do this business. So the first thing I would say is, in this process, there's always gonna be something, but please err on the side of the board here, because we are conducting public business.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard.
Okay, and that's not, I don't want to seem like I'm dad
No.
coming down chastising, I'm sorry.
No.
As far as Mr. Powers' motion, I almost forgot your last name there. As far as Mr. Powers' motion, how this works is when you,
Well, there has to be a second before there's discussion on the
I'll
motion.
second it,
Thank
so
you.
then we can have the discussion.
I was just about to second it, so.
All right, thank you. And may I amend my motion before you address it?
Well, she asked,
No, I think you'll find this to be a friendly amendment.
okay, I didn't make the motion, but, okay.
Well, in
I
other
just
words,
want-
I mean, I'm not suggesting that whatever we make a copy of or a record of, you do not, I'm not suggesting that you're waiving any confidentiality in some or all of the information contained on these 2 documents. So the fact that we keep a record for it, I want to assure, at least as far as I understand how it works, Mr. Rucker, that if we make a copy of this, and maybe Ms. Walmsley can chime in on this, to the extent that there is generally accepted private sensitive information in there, it's not my intent to suggest that we publish this to the world or make it public. Only that if it somehow becomes an issue later on, and it has to be determined, subject to your confidentiality. I'm not suggesting you waive any confidentiality by providing this. And I assume that that's why you asked to do it in person as opposed to just reciting it from the podium. So I don't mean to be disrespectful of your right to privacy. But just for the record, as a member of the public has an opportunity to at least know, we can't vote on something and then keep secret what it was we voted for, without some sort of a process. So that's my motion, Mr. Maynard. Not to treat this as necessarily public if we make a record, just that we make a record of it, subject to further, obligations under the law to protect Mr. Rucker's confidentiality and privacy rights. That's all I'm saying.
I knew where you were driving with your
Okay.
original motion.
Okay, thank you.
Because the law is clear, now that this has touched the board table.
Yeah.
Any person can ask for it. And,
Well, but there are certain exemptions under.
correct, like,
Yeah.
for example, we'd have to black out his social security number.
And
Okay,
perhaps some other.
and some
yeah.
other things on
Yeah.
this particular item.
Thank you.
So-
Yeah.
To answer your other question, as long as Mr. Powers asks the same question, as long as Mr. Maynard asks the same question.
Correct.
And as long as the rest of the board asks the same questions to
Okay.
each person,
Okay,
we can go through and ask the questions.
okay,
And if Mr. Powers wants to ask his questions, he can ask his questions. We've gone through this several times, 6, I believe now, 6 or 7 times. And if he wants to ask his questions, he can ask his questions. And I would just ask that everybody listen to what he's saying, because while they may seem trivial and people may be snickering about them, he does have a couple of points. Well, I don't need this anymore. Sorry, I keep waving it. He will make, the points will be there that he feels he wants the board to hear
I'm
his
sorry,
questions.
before, Ms. Wilson is returning before we can make a record of it.
Oh.
That was just my motion that we make a record of it, so.
Oh, yeah.
okay, so now here's,
So I don't know why she just did that.
I gave it to her because I thought it was done.
so here's my concern.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker.
We are conducting interviews for a board seat, and now there's a motion on the floor. So I mean,
Well, we can act on it later, but the
by-
gentleman might want his documentation back, we don't want to keep him here to the end of
Right.
the meeting. So my
I mean,
motion stands, I will happily defer it, but I want the gentleman to get his documents back.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maynard.
Just go ahead and call the question.
Okay,
He made, it's a lawful motion inside
Okay.
of a meeting, so go ahead and call the question.
okay. So there's been a motion on the floor to document Mr. Rucker's identity, place of residence. And Ms. Valerio Noak has supported it. We've had discussion. Is there any further discussion concerning the matter before the board? Yes, Mr. Powers.
Could the chair please ask Mr. Rucker if he consents to us making a general description of what those 2 documents are without disclosing any, what I would believe would be privileged information or confidential information, just so that people know what it is we're talking about?
To your original question, I'm gonna go back to my original answer, that I've met every criteria to run for this position. And I have now demonstrated those facts to you. That's my position.
But if I
To
did,
answer another question, which I thought, the second question I
Yeah.
thought you were gonna answer, I grew up on Vermander, right behind Baker. After that, I stayed on Stafford with 3 people I graduated with. And we took over the bills for a parent for 5 years, where I went to Macomb Community College, played baseball. That's my history, and
thank you. If I had been permitted to ask further questions, those are the exact questions I would have asked. So that's very helpful to me. But I would just ask, do you have any problem with the chair just describe what those 2 documents are so that we know for the record what we're
yeah,
looking at?
as long as the other candidates have to do the same thing.
So the motion is that Mr. Rucker submit his proof of residency. Ms. Valerio Noak supported that,
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. The
Go.
motion is simply that we make a record
yes.
of the 2 documents. I don't think anybody disputes that there's 2 documents and that no confidences are being given up by saying 2 documents. That those 2 documents that were submitted, that we make a record of those, subject to law, to being held pursuant to law. And I don't believe Mr. Rutgers asserted any objection to that on the basis of confidentiality. And so I suppose it would just be a matter of taking a picture of it and returning it back to him without characterizing what those things are. The record shows that he believes that those are in support of his residency requirement.
Okay,
So we don't need to characterize what they are. In fact, I asked the gentleman if we could.
Right.
And I don't think he'd rather we did, so let's just not, and just say we'll make a record of it. That's the only motion.
we're going to make a record of the documentation that he has submitted
Subject,
to
of
the
course-
board.
Subject, of course, to all legal requirements as to confidentiality and privacy.
Yes, Ms.
Can I
Wilson?
ask a question?
Yes, please do.
How do the other candidates know to submit the same exact documents that Mr. Rucker submitted? Because I saw 2 pieces of information. Are we sure the other 2 candidates are going to have those same 2 pieces of information? To be able to get the same information from the other 2 candidates?
If I may.
Please do.
Martini has already been a trustee, so we have some information already.
But she is reapplying, so I would say for
Well,
tonight,
yeah, she could have moved, I guess,
yeah, she,
in a month.
just to stay fair and equal, right?
correct.
She has to
Correct.
submit the same information tonight that Mr. Rucker has submitted.
Okay.
But
that's
how does she know what Mr. Rucker has submitted? And will she have those 2 documents?
fine.
I mean, that's not, one of the items I would sure everybody would have in their possession, but the other,
But the other, she or the other
Correct.
candidate may not have.
correct.
So we want to stay
True to form,
true to form with
To
Mr.
keep
Rucker and the
everybody-
others. The others may not have that particular documentation. We accept it from Mr. Rucker, but the others may not have it to supply, then what?
Madam Chair,
yes, Mr. Maynard,
that's a valid problem,
it is,
but here's the other problem.
correct.
Those 2 documents touched the board table,
They did,
and we all reviewed them
We
as
did.
part of our deliberation. So they become part of the record. And yes, should we ask for it from everybody? Sure. So,
But we're not identifying what it is, so that's a little bit,
anyways,
okay.
I have no problem. Mr. Rucker provided 2 pieces of identification to prove his residency. That's what I would say, if that's acceptable to you, Mr. Powers.
I've asked the gentleman if he would allow us to characterize it in what we believe is a fair and objective way without disclosing private information, and the gentleman has a right to decline to do that, which he did, and I'm gonna respect that.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Madam
Yes,
President,
please.
since we're new to this board, has this been past practice? Have this been the past practice for anyone? I was here when Mr. Jones was doing this. I do not remember Mr. Jones bringing 2 pieces of documents.
I've been on the board, this will be starting my 3rd year,
Yes, ma'am.
February 15th. I don't recall anyone having to show documentation during their interview process.
So this is not the norm.
I would categorize as this is not past practice of this board.
What makes Mr. Rucker different?
I don't have an answer for that. I was.
Well, I can answer it if I may.
Please.
What makes Mr. Rucker different is the correspondence we received today. That's exactly what makes Mr. Rucker different. I'm willing to say that if we didn't have that correspondence, certain questions would not have been asked. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I defer to my board members for, I am quite at a loss, board members, as to how to proceed for this meeting, and I need some clarification on how to proceed. Yes, Mr. Maynard?
Madam Chair, I suggest you take a recess, and I suggest you call Tim Gardner and get your answer. That's what I suggest.
Thank you. This board stands adjourned for
I'm sorry, may I comment?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
There's no need to adjourn. The motion on the floor is to make a record of what is submitted, which we are obligated by law, to my understanding, to do. And the extent to which the gentleman made a decision to tender those to the board was his decision and his decision alone. By his doing so, that does not convert the process, that does not govern the process or set a precedent somehow, that because he chose to tender those items, that now becomes a obligation on the other two candidates. So I respect Sister Wilson's comment and Brother Wilson's comments, and I understand the concern with the letter. However, it's just a matter of making a record. And there's no interests that I think are compromised by us making a record of it, and I don't know that we're permitted not to make a record of it. Because if the documents are submitted back to Mr. Rucker, he has no obligation to resubmit them, and then it just becomes a matter of what our independent recollections, each of board member were of what we saw at the time, and that's would be a cumbersome thing to do if we had to somehow substantiate under law what it was he showed us. So it's simply keeping the process orderly and fair and possibly open to the public if it comes down to that. But I can't make it more clear that we will respect under the law. My motion is that the board exercise extreme caution in protecting the confidentiality and privacy of those documents. But Ms. Walmsley, I think, would say that she gets records all the time that, or we get student records that are highly confidential, we get candidates for jobs all the time that are highly confidential, and we're not allowed to disclose that. And I know not even the board gets to see some of that stuff. So I think it's a fairly modest motion. I think it's a mild motion and Mr. Rucker's not objected to somebody taking a photograph of that, and then we've got a record and return it back to the gentleman so he can get on with his life.
I will recognize you. I saw Mr. Wilson tap his mic. Did you have something
Yes,
to?
ma'am, I do.
Yes.
So, Madam President, so are we saying that Mr. Rucker has to approve his residency? Because just to be here, he should have met all the criteria, right?
That is correct.
That's
In
correct.
order, when they submit their documentation and paperwork to the admin office, the criterion, registered
ma'am.
voter.
Yes, ma'am.
In the state of Michigan, that should have been satisfied with
That-
the submission of their documentation.
Correct. So are we saying the other candidates do not have to bring, is that what we're saying? Is that what we're saying?
As I understand it, we are gonna be asking for
Yes. Thank
documentation
you.
for the remaining board vacancy
Because-
applicants.
Madam Chairman, with all due respect, that's not the motion. If somebody else wants to make that motion, they may, but my motion is simply that we make a record of what the gentleman volunteered to us to consider in support of his application.
Okay.
Just make a record. If there be a later motion to change the protocol in medias res, midstream, that motion may be brought, but that's not the motion right now. My motion is simply to make a record of it.
To make a record of it. Mr. Maynard?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I be permitted through you to Mrs. Walmsley?
Please, Mr. Maynard.
Mrs. Walmsley, we've done this 7 times, is that correct? 8 times, I think. Each time could you explain exactly what you do before you tell us board members?
The candidates, when they go to the township to put their name in for a board member, they have to provide proof of residency at that time. What they give to myself or Mrs. Wilson, we don't verify it. We call the township afterwards to verify that they are registered voters and they live in the township.
So-
But it's done at the township level.
So through the chair to Mrs. Walmsley, Is there a record from Kim Meltzer stating that Mr. Rucker, Mrs. Zontini, and Mr. Savante all meet the qualified statements?
Mrs. Wilson called the township and verified that. Yes.
Each candidate's address was provided, their name was provided from the Office of Election. They provided to me the address of each candidate. As each candidate's name was, information was given to me, they told me if they qualified or were not qualified.
And did they do that via email or phone?
That was by phone conversation.
Okay. So you are saying to this board that you have made a record
motion.
of these items?
Yes, sir, I have.
So my point, Madam President, is that the
Please.
record exists that they have validated to the extent that we have followed each and every other time. The record exists. So
They have satisfied
they've
the
said-
requirements for this seat.
if they didn't satisfy the requirements, they couldn't stand at the podium and ask for it.
Well, that's. what
Now,
was-
that still leaves the problem with Mr. Rucker handing us documents.
So we do have a motion on the floor, so I cannot recess when there is a motion on the floor. So Mr. Powers has,
Just make a record. I move we make a record of what he tendered to us.
so
Before
are
we get to
you,
the documents.
so then are we going to proceed with voting on this, or are you going to withdraw your motion?
No, the motion is that we make a record of the documents and return them to the gentleman. It has nothing to do with anything else. Once something is presented to us for our consideration, my understanding is that we must make a record of that. Now, if they're confidential information, private information in there, then sensitive, then we will do what we are obligated under law to do to protect that. And I don't believe the gentleman's objected us making a record of it. So I don't know what the issue is about us making a record of it. Well, I don't know what harm will come of simply making a record.
If he wants to reject or not.
Well, we've already, to Mr.
And in
Maynard's.
fact, on the other
Yeah.
hand, if we do not make a record, then I think we're in big trouble. Because I think we may have violated the Open Meetings
So
Act.
we make a record, or,
Well, if we,
recommendation to make a record.
yes,
A
that's,
motion to make a
that's,
record.
that's what we'd be voting on, is that.
That's it, yeah.
I mean, like I say, I'm not versed in the policy, so, I mean.
The problem is, it touched the table.
It touched the board,
So
so we
somebody
need to-
has to have a record of it.
Okay.
So if somebody, Mr. Powers, even though the record existed,
Correct,
he wants a record of what touched the thing.
Okay.
Which is fine,
okay,
okay? And then the discussion of whether the other two has to happen.
correct?
I'm sure somebody on the board will make a motion for them to provide it as well. I'm sure this will now happen with all three candidates. So, very simply, I think Mr. Powers is asking one of our three staffers, the superintendent, the director of HR, or our executive assistant, to go to the high school copier, copy those two documents, put them back on the desk, and that would satisfy making the record. We would have an official record, and that would be his motion.
Okay, but we have to vote, because there's a
Yes.
motion and support.
You
Yeah,
do
and
have
I
to
don't
vote.
wanna, I don't wanna delay the gentleman, having to go back to the office, just take a photograph of it, we do that all the time. Take a picture of it and save it and print it up
I-
later.
I think we need a copy machine. I mean, that's just my, yeah, that, you don't want that in the cellular.
Oh, listen, whatever, yeah, I have no, other
All
than
right.
convenience of the gentleman, that's all I'm concerned about.
All right, so the motion on the floor from Mr. Powers, second, supported by Ms. Valerio Noak. Madam Secretary, can you please take the vote? Thank you, please.
Mr. Powers?
Yes?
Ms. Valerio, no? Yes. Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes, motion passes. May we please have a staff member make a copy of documentation that touched our hands?
Suppose we should make sure it's okay with Mr. Rucker that we delay him, we respect and thank him for that. For that imposition.
I thank you, Mr. Rucker, and the other members of the interviewees will also have to submit the documentation. Mr. Powers, did you have any other questions for Mr. Rucker that you will be asking the other candidates?
No, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Mr. Maynard?
Mr. Rucker, thank you again. It's not exactly the United States Senate, but we get close. I'm going to ask two questions, and I'm going to ask the same two questions, so if the other two are in the audience, it's something that I want to know. And the question is, if I set up a foundation and I came to you as a board member and said, Mr. Rucker, you have $1 million to direct for my foundation. How do you want to help Clintondale?
Well, I would definitely ask to advance our CTE programs. I'm a firm believer in hard work, and there are jobs that are in the community that I don't think our children are privy to. In my field of civil engineering, it's an area where kids, they're not going to, and there are positions that we could use companies to build the community, not only the students. So I would be trying to advance things like CAD programs, which are design programs that we could implement for students now. I do know that, thank you. I do know there are certain licenses you could get through the state now that would allot these children, young adults, to get jobs that just aren't the regular fast food chain or factory positions that just aren't paying. I believe that I am a unique candidate to use that money to fund those type of programs.
Okay. My second question for you is, how do you believe you serving on this board will help further the mission of the board and will help students succeed inside of this board?
Well, I am a product of this board, and I stand before you a dedicated father, a dedicated member of the community, and of the workforce. That actually, during the COVID pandemic, I was one of the individuals that did not have the opportunity to take a day off. Actually, the hours doubled for me, ensuring that the power grid, the gas stayed on, and that the water pipes were still working while we all were at home. So,
Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard.
Thank you all.
Mr. Rucker, Mr. Maynard took my question. I was going to ask you if you had one wish, what it would be. And I think it was, kind of the same. You had $1 million, and you answered CTE. So my other question was, is there anything else that you would like to let the board know or the community know about yourself?
well, I would like the community and the board to know that it was an honor to sit in that seat. I still have my plaque, and I'm ready to give back. I'm in a position in life to give back, and I feel like I'm the pride that I have for this community and the school resonates while in the building. And I want to continue a success story here. And I feel like me being Will Rucker would help the board. I was always the student that could sit at every lunch table during lunch, and no one's gonna ask me, what are you sitting here for? So I think that would play a great part to this board in bringing us all together to make policy changes and to help the community.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker.
So, thank you guys.
You're welcome. Our next candidate for the vacant board seat is Mr. Steve Savante. Mr. Savante, would you like to come to the podium, please? See you. I was gonna say, did he leave? I think he had enough. Yeah. So that, another, oddity. Not seeing Mr. Savante in the audience. Ms. Zantini, would you please come to the podium?
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
It's a pleasure to be here this evening. I guess I'm going to start off probably maybe a little different than maybe perhaps other candidates, I'm not sure. But what I want to do is, I'm sorry. Thank you. Can you hear? I'm sorry, I apologize. Oh, that one. Is that I want you to, as well as the viewing audience and people that are behind me that have never met me, to know my background. Because every candidate has to be vetted. Every candidate has to tell about themselves and their background so that you can get acquainted with that person. So is my 3 minutes going already? Because I'm probably burning too much already. But anyway, my name is Diane Zantini. I have lived in this district and township for 42 years. I'm married and I have one son. I owned and operated a vocational school in Roseville for 27 years. I'm currently licensed in my field and currently licensed as a vocational educator in the state of Michigan. I'm currently serving as a member on the Parks and Rec Committee in Clinton Township. I'm the past co-chair with former Police Chief Al Ernest to build a new police station in Clinton Township. I am a past member of Fire Expanding Services Committee in Clinton Township. I'm a past member of the Cultural Diversity Committee in Clinton Township. I'm the founder of Citizens for Morality in the past to fight an illegal adult entertainment business operating illegally in Groesbeck in Clinton Township. I'm a member of St. Thecla's Church in Clinton Township. I'm the past vicariate of St. Thecla's. I'm also was a past vice chair and secretary of the St. Thecla's Parish Council. I also was past vice chair of the Home and School Committee at St. Thecla's School, a past choir member for 15 plus years at my church. I'm a past member of Building Our Future campaign, successfully funding to build a gymnasium and library at St. Thecla's School. I was the wedding coordinator at St. Thecla's Church for 20 plus years, and I just retired in January 1st, 2024. I served on this board as trustee, filling a vacancy for 20 months. My last day as a board trustee was December 31st, 2024. I had 3 absences. 2 were of illness, and one was due to a school threat. I was
Thank you.
never late for a meeting, but I do feel that my business background and my experience.
Ms.
being
I'm sorry,
Oh.
your 3 minutes is up. I do apologize.
I appreciate
Thank you.
the opportunity. Thank you very much for your time.
Yep. We will address the questions or her answers to the questions that were submitted. I will do just as I did the last go-round. Mr. Wilson, do you have any clarifying questions for Ms. Zantini?
Yes, hello,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Santini, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, sir. How are you?
Real good. I'm glad to see that you were a Shorean. That you graduated from Lakeshore?
Yes, sir, I did.
Good, good. I graduated from
I'm a
Lakeshore.
Shorean.
I am a Shorean, I'm a Shorean also.
I read that.
yes,
I read that
ma'am.
in your bio. Yes, sir.
Number 16, please. Could you elaborate on number 16?
Do you have your questions with you, Ms. Santini?
I'm sorry.
Do you have your questions with you so you can reference
If you
them?
give me a second, I'll pull them up.
Thank you.
Yes, I do.
Number 16, ma'am.
Number
Could you please-
16?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Could you elaborate on number 16?
Well, to sum up, I know that I wrote my answer to everyone, has been the vision. The question was, my vision in line with the Michigan Department of Education. And I think it holds very true. To expand early childhood learning opportunities, which we have done that through the, at Rainbow. Improve early literacy achievement, improve health and safety and wellness, increase percentage of all students who graduate, increase numbers of certified teachers in areas of shortage, and provide adequate and equitable school funding. But I think to summarize it and make it much simpler, is that we have to get back to reading and writing and arithmetic. We've got to become more structured in providing that to our students. So I think that's a strong core to follow up with, the qualified teachers that we have at this school. And that would be the envision of what I feel is to go back to common sense education and for children to learn and be willing to learn and listen to their teachers that are talking about reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Yes, I agree. I agree. I do like the answers that stuck out to me was the funding and the certified teachers. Knowing in Michigan that we have a problem with finding certified teachers. Being in the high school myself for 20 years, finding certified teachers is tough. And how will we go about that? How will we go about, what is a recommendation looks like?
So the question is, how do we find
Certified,
teachers?
Yes. And let me add.
Is that, I'm sorry.
Yes, and being in a district that's so diverse, how do we help HR with that from the board standpoint?
Well, my understanding is that I think at present you have people that are scouting in different colleges or whatever, and we've had conversations the 20 months that I spent on this board of finding teachers. Yet in the psychology field, as I'm sure you know as a board member, there's such shortages, and it's very difficult. And our superintendent has done an excellent job to follow up on every available area to focus in, zero in, and find teachers that we have to keep according to the state Board of Education, okay? So recruitment is one, and again, our superintendent has done an excellent job and in explaining, as I know, I was there and these fellow board members were with me, of how he was obtaining when he interviewed, how successful the interviews went, and whatever. So I think he's in very capable hands, this district, due to our current superintendent.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to start with the first question. Why are you interested in serving on the Clintondale School Board? And you say, I want to serve and support the district. I believe I can make a difference, working with the entire board to make a difference for the overall quality of education. Can you elaborate on your serve and support the district?
On supporting and
Serving and supporting
and
the district.
serving.
Yeah.
Serving is showing up for meetings. Serving is reading board packets. Serving is, if you can't find the answer to your question on a board packet, is to call the president or start doing research, or to the superintendent. You do your due diligence, to do your homework, to know what's being presented in front of you. And I have an understanding. If you don't, then you do whatever you need to do to get the appropriate and correct answers to those issues. It's hard work, it's caring, it's dedication to the job of a board member. And I feel that I accomplished that. I can accomplish it again in the 20 months that I sat. I'm a very fast learner, and I love to read, and many board members I'm sure will attest to, I ask a lot of questions, and I'm very factual and extremely detailed before I make any judgments on anything. So I do my homework, I do my due diligence, and as I said, it bears repeating. If something I don't understand, I find the resources and correct ones to find those answers.
Thank you. I have one more question. The contribution, number 2, what contributions can you make to the Clintondale School District? You say, I want to share my time and talents and share my business background and life experiences. So can you elaborate on what some of those are and how you feel they can contribute to the district, the kids, the community, and the teachers, et cetera?
Okay, I'll try to break that up in 3 components. I guess the first one I'm gonna say is that I'm excited. I'm a CTE teacher. My whole life was spent in education. And I would love to see the CTE program for cosmetology to come to fruition here. I think I'd be an excellent help if anyone needed anything or any assistance in that. 27 years I spent. Besides that, I started in actually going to school while I was in high school at Lakeshore. I actually started in beauty school when I was 15 years old, along working in my family's restaurant catering business. So I'm from a business background since I've been 5 years old, and owning my own business, as well as I don't mention that I had a school for 27 years. I also had a hair salon too, on top of the school, juggling that. So I'm used to taking on a lot of work, a lot of detailed work, and working very hard and earnestly at it. So I think I'd be a great asset to this school if they do continue. I don't know the progress on it, so I'm a bit naive. I don't know, I'm not privy to where the plans are at present for the CTE for cosmetology, but I think I'd be a great asset to the school serving on the board. That's just one. Your answer to the question of the district, I've spent 42 years here. I raised my family here. I'm a mother, and having children and having an understanding of how important education is. That's been our priority. My husband and I have been married for 51 years, and for my son. So, but I do know, and I've learned as a mom and being a parent, that not all children go to college or wish to go to college. And I think it's apparently very clear now in our country that we need plumbers and woodworkers and electricians and whatever. So I'm a great advocate for CTE programs and, you know, that type of thing. And I've been really an activist in this community for so many years. This is my district. I've lived on Little Mac 42 years. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly that has come out of this district. And it had a lot of wonderful people, and like yourself, sitting on this board. So I feel I'm very knowledgeable to know in 42 years what this district has been, what it consists of, and spending 20 months on the board knowing what the issues are. If I was selected, I can hit the ground running. When questions came up about safety, you know, we were part of installing the door locks. We were part of getting the key fobs. Much discussions on safety and how we were going to use grants, like we got from Senator Kleinfeld. There are so many proposals and issues and programs that we initiated, voted in 20 months. So that allows me to draw from that experience to become an asset to this board.
Yeah. Thank you. Just one follow-up question. You said you've been a community activist. It's great. What about, have you been a community activist in the Quinn Road area? And if so, what have you done on that side of the town?
Well, I feel my involvement in Quinn Road too has come up as being on the Parks and Rec Committee. I'm the longest serving member on the Parks and Rec Committee. So I was part of the discussion to have the mural done over at the basketball courts and the lovely artists that did that. I also was at the grand opening when Clintondale gave that strip of land to that. I was part of that in the discussion of Parks and Rec. So I feel I've contributed to that. I had the great fortune of running with a candidate, I hope she doesn't mind me mentioning her name, but Iona Means, and had many conversations that she could tell me about the park there and whatever. I was very interesting to hear more and more about that. And I met many people that day at the grand opening of the land that was, and expressing how much I wanted to see, even Parks and Rec. You're not there at our meetings, but I'd be the first one raising my hand and saying they need improvements. They need improvements. You can't just put some picnic tables up or whatever and a few grills. You know, there's so many things, and concession stands, and for them to hear my voice. So you might not actually see me there all the time, but my point is I've worked behind the scenes to keep promoting, and I really have.
Understood, but no actual hands-on activism in that area.
The
No
activism in my
hands-on
area at this point, as I said, that I feel that I made some very strong arguments in our Parks and Rec Committee to help improve that park and to listen. As I listened to residents, even that day for the grand opening, I took notes and I brought them back to my colleagues of what was said. I brought back that went into record that I felt that there wasn't enough at the presentation, that there wasn't enough, I don't want to say accolades, but credit to the community and how you know, who donated or whatever. I went on record saying that because I didn't think it was enough. I think that even at the presentation, it should have been more about the history of that. The people, you know, that founded that area and so important, just like Mr. Means was, you know. So, and I know that certain things were mentioned, but I think so many things were left out because there should be a stronger focus, and it should come from, I feel, the township.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Diane. How are
Good
you
evening.
tonight?
Nice to see you too.
Good. My clarifying question is question number 12. Identify a recent board decision that you feel strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal value and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue. And then the answer was the school board should be prudent and follow all state and federal laws when allocating funds. Could you expound on that a little bit?
Well, I can draw from experience of the 20 months that I spent on the board. We were in discussions about monies that were being decided upon for safety at the school. And there was quite a lengthy conversation that I think at least maybe, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes. I didn't time it or whatever. But again, I fought for, as many of you did as well, is for security for the school and whatever, and proper funding. We've had discussions on how to spend the money in the most formal way and correct way to protect taxpayers' dollars, to take those dollars and use them where we really need them, you know, to cut waste and whatever. I'm on record on YouTube talking about not wasting taxpayers' dollars, and that we have to be very prudent with every dollar that we spend. And that's why we do our homework and we look over the bills. Where is the money being paid? We oversee and look out for things. If we have questions, we ask and we get answers as board members. Okay, so, but we have to be prudent. We just can't be wasteful in our spendings. Our main focus is education. We want our children to go on and be able to function in life and globally in their careers. But money has to be spent properly, hiring good teachers, you know, ratifying unions, contracts, because we have to care about it. It's a community. It's a family. Everyone comes together, the board, the teachers, the community, residents, but taxpayers' money must be spent wisely and judiciously. And I feel that this board, the board, there's some missing members, of course, but that it was, a lot of it was so much accomplished that I saw, and again, under the supervision, and I feel our CEO, superintendent, that made it happen to pull it all together.
Thank you. Mrs. Valerio-Noak, did you need any clarifying?
Well, yeah, just one. You mentioned on number 13, I'm just gonna read your answer about.
You said
Clintondale.
13, I'm sorry?
Number 13, the Clintondale Rainbow Elementary School offers a range of services from preschool, kindergarten, young 5, and special education. to-
Mrs. Hill, is your microphone,
Yes,
is it
can
on?
you speak in?
That was your answer.
And
And,
Yeah, they can't, she can't hear you.
thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't realize my
Much better.
microphone wasn't on. I was just reading your answer for number 13, and you were basically reiterating what Clintondale Rainbow Elementary Early Childhood Center offers. And I guess my clarifying thing to ask you is that we were both on the committee, not committee, but on board to be discussing that. What would you like to see us accomplish next?
Well, again, I don't know the bottom line numbers because I've been gone now, a month or a month and a half or whatever. But for where I was privy to that we had a waiting list to get into Rainbow, and I hope that's still the case. So we have to build upon that and keep that going. That's bringing dollars in. It was an innovative thought to do that, and so helpful to the community of all. It reaches far reaches. So I think we have to maintain that And in time, I'm sure our superintendent and his administrative staff will come up with other ideas on however to expand it. But that was just a huge step forward of bringing that in. That was a win-win situation when you took that school, and yet it was discussed about how it would be financially sound, because rather than bringing it over to McGlennon, because you didn't have to tear down walls, so it was cost effective. It was very innovative thinking again on the part of our superintendent, is that it could bring dollars into our district, and that's what we need, because we have to be able to take in and not just have everything go out. So our budget's so important to be watched. So I think it's just a win-win with Rainbow, and I'm sure there's going to be many other things that will come on the horizon from that.
No other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Powers?
Yes,
Claire?
thank you, Madam Chairman.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Ms. Zontini. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
With reference, you provided us with answers to the questionnaire and also your letter of January 24 of 2025. You remember that?
Okay.
Yeah. All right, in the answers to your questionnaires, to your questionnaire, specifically item number 12, and let me know if you can't hear me, I'll be happy to repeat myself.
Okay. No,
You say the school board should be prudent and follow all state and federal laws when allocating school funds. Now, this might sound stupid because you've already done it, but are you willing to take an oath if you get appointed to support both the United States and Michigan Constitution?
well, absolutely.
Okay.
Just as I'm willing when you sign, when you're sworn in, and you sign in that all the documentation that's on that is correct, and if it's not, it clearly says you're perjuring yourself. So the answer is absolutely yes.
Thank you. So my follow-up question to that is, can you conceive of any type of a scenario where you might be called upon to cast a vote to take corporate action on behalf of the district that you happen to know or should know is directly prohibited by the Constitution of the state of Michigan? Can you conceive of any scenario when you would still feel some rationale that would support your doing so, even though the Constitution says you can't?
Well, you have to do what's right. It breaks down to common sense. So, yes, I'm going to follow the law, and if things need to be corrected, they have to be talked about. It's not like sweeping something under the carpet and it just goes away. When right is right and wrong is wrong. And to me, I was raised that 2 + 2 make 4 and no other way. But of course, you have to follow all the guidelines of the state and federal, and it doesn't matter who they are, what they are, whether it's your best friend. If someone has broken the law, they have to face the consequences. So I would do, as a proud American, and I'm a very honest one, my military father instilled a lot of that into us girls, but I absolutely would follow the law. And in fact, any knowledge that I would have, even if others knew it and they wouldn't share it, I would share it. Because there's one thing that I raised my son, I would always say, remember in life, the person, that reflection in that mirror, it's you. You have to look at yourself. You have to decide in life to do the right thing. So I would do the right thing, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Zontini. Thank you, Madam Chairman, but I would like to reserve my right to ask those follow-up questions in the second round. This is the first round, right? So
Yes,
the other one is a different one.
clarifying questions, I'm going to go on to Mr. Maynard, and then we will.
Right, but my only question on that is, before I leave this part of the protocol,
Yes.
may I ask one follow-up question on what Ms. Wilson asked of Ms. Zontini?
So you want an expoundment on the same question?
Yeah, I can't remember which line item it was.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Do you recall, Ms. Zontini, when Ms. Wilson was asking about the Quinn Road part of the district?
Yes.
Did you ever have any participation, visits, involvement whatsoever of any activities of any of the churches in that area?
Oh, yes, well,
Could you elaborate on that?
Oh, okay, as far as meeting people in that area and listening to concerns and meeting them one-to-one, absolutely. I mean, there's no secret, I ran for Clinton Township trustee and I went on to November. But I made it a point that I visited all the churches, I think all but one that I was unable to because I became ill to set something up. But I went to visit all the churches on Quinn Road and met the very, very nice pastors and associate pastors as well as deacons. And in fact, one particular deacon, after service, we were able to talk about a lot of things about in the area, and then he had questions regarding, governmental things, of course, that I was, interested in running for that office, but also because of my connection with Clintondale. So it was very enlightening, and whenever you do talk to people and spend time with people, and it doesn't matter what area, you learn so much. So I try to be, quiet and let them talk and listen, because you don't know yourself, because you can't be in a million places at one time. But you want to talk about people that live in that area, what their concerns are, and if it's possible, how can you find solutions or answers, or even people that they could find resources to get their answers. But absolutely. And we, I had so many wonderful conversations, yes.
And do you think you could draw upon that activism to help you as a board member if you're appointed to continue your 2 years of service into the future?
Yes, everything in life you draw from that experience, and that's from conversation. And again, when people feel comfortable enough with you to really talk about issues that are close to them, concerning their community, concerning their children and their education. And I know myself, if I talked with them 45 minutes, an hour after or whatever, and I found that also working on a campaign trail. I mean, you don't walk 5,000 homes and don't meet people. And the first area that I walked was the South End, because I'm from the South End. And Clintondale District, that was my priority, that I wouldn't be able to get every home that I knocked on, every door, but darn it, it was going to be in the Clintondale District, because that's my district. This is my neighborhood, This is where I raised my family. So yes, you do learn every time people share something, whether it's just a little tidbit here or a tidbit there. I take notes, I'm very detailed, but I'll write the date down or who it was, so I can draw from that. And if I'm in a situation, and like I said, it's only Parks and Rec right now, I'm gonna draw from that. Or I'm gonna call that person and say, we're discussing this, come and be part of the audience, that type of thing. So yes, I listen to people's concerns, I care about people's concerns. It doesn't matter whether I talk to somebody from the North End but primarily the South End to me has been my core, and that's why I've been so active in so many rezoning projects that protected the South End of all of the South End, in particular the Clintondale School District.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zanti. And then just two overarching questions, and I'll
Sure.
ask them of you as I asked them of the last candidate. We've got your January 24th, 2025 letter, which you described your qualifications and background, and then we have the answers to the questionnaire.
Yeah.
Is everything in these two documents, and this is all I'm aware of that you submitted in connection with your application,
Yes.
is there anything in here that's not true or accurate?
No, everything is true and accurate, and I'd also tell you that because I run for public office, just like all of you that are sitting on this board, you had to fill out a form to the county, and you had to say you were a U.S. citizen, how long you've lived in Macomb County, where you were born, where you're registered, what your precinct is, and you're all vetted and whatever. So I hope there's no doubts on me, because again, you could just go on the election page and and pull up, and all that information is there, just as it is for any candidate that's run. So proper vetting is just a way to do it properly. You know, you can't, we have to be always considerate of the taxpayer, the community. They want to know who these elected people are, or people filling a vacancy. So yes,
Okay,
they are
so
true.
I want to give you the opportunity. Is there anything in here you'd like to correct, clarify, explain, change in any way?
No, I'm pretty well an open book, and like I said, it's so well established when you run for public office that everything is there, that I don't feel I would
So
be
you stand
perjuring
behind this
myself.
100%?
Yes, there's nothing prefabricated or made up. In fact, all my experience of owning my own businesses, as well as.
No, I'm not suggesting
know,
you would make up
yeah.
anything, just,
Oh, yeah,
but we all make mistakes, you know,
Well,
sometimes
absolutely,
you make
there
a
is
mistake.
no one that is perfect, but there's one thing is that I'm factual, I'm truthful, and again, talking about that mirror, I'm not ashamed to look in that mirror.
Thank you, Ms.
'cause I
Santini.
am.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear. Was that one of your?
That was one of my first round questions, yeah.
Okay.
The first time,
Okay.
yeah.
Because we were actually on the clarifying questions.
No, we're still in the first round.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Maynard?
Ms. Zanatini first, if this is on. Okay, it's on, is it on? Okay, sorry. First, it's very good to see you. We've talked a couple of times on the phone, and I feel like it's been a century since I physically saw you
Thank you.
in Tom.
It's very nice to see you as well, sir.
So my first question is, do you have a copy of your driver's license to prove?
I have my driver's license.
And you have your
can
voter
look at my
ID.
voter record. In fact, I have my precinct. That card is so valuable because that tells you exactly that I am in the Clintondale. So I have no problem. Everyone has to be properly vetted. I think where the disadvantage comes in, because it's a vacancy, because all of you had to run for office, so you were vetted by the township. But let's not overlook, it's not just the township, it goes to the Macomb County Clerk's office. And election laws are very strict and very stringent. They're not gonna just let just anybody to say, you know, something that's not factual and it's fabricated. So mine is well documented, but I have no problem, you know, to show, and I take no offense. I actually applaud it.
I appreciate that. I knew when the motion was made the first time, you wouldn't have a problem. I didn't know about Mr. Savante, but he's
In
no
fact,
longer
if
here.
you'd like me to get it out now, I can do it right as we speak.
If you could, go ahead and show the chairman, just like, and I'll wait to hold my
Certainly.
questions.
Are you looking also for the precinct card, which that would clearly state that I'm in the Clintondale? Is that being required by all candidates?
Mr. Rucker turned in 2 forms to confirm his
Was
residency.
it, is it the same documentation, precinct and license?
He turned in a license and something in another form, but if your 2 pieces prove it, your 2 pieces prove it.
Okay, I guess my question would be, though, that I would like it to have it on a fair scale. So I think if I'm gonna present my precinct card, I think that, and I think, by the way, that other gentleman might have been outside. That's why I kept drawing attention, because it looked like he wanted to come in. So if this other gentleman ends up, I think it's, again, rules are rules. They're for all of us. It isn't just for some.
So I think the purpose was to have residency proven. So if you prove your residency, however you want to
Okay.
prove it to us, I'm okay with it.
No, I have no problem. I'm just saying
I don't
that
think there should be a
I want
bonus
all
on the
candidates to do the same thing. Otherwise, I feel that
Yeah.
myself, and I don't know if that gentleman's gonna come back or not, but I you know, I think everyone should have to follow the same thing.
I concur.
Unless you think I'm wrong on that, but, you know, I wanted to make a point, but I have no problem with that. Okay. So I'm going to give you my driver's license, and I'm going to get my, hopefully find my precinct card. If, okay.
Your wallet's just like mine, there's so much in it, you gotta keep pulling and pulling until you find it.
Okay. Sometimes ladies' wallets here are.
Could be more.
Okay, well, I'm gonna submit this and then look for that, and
Yep.
if you'll bear with me as
I
I
will.
answer questions, because
Sure.
I know you have a meeting proceeding, so, and I don't wanna drag this out for the audience as well. I'll pull that up, but I'd like to make a note, though, is that if I am giving my precinct card, I would expect all candidates to provide the same thing.
Sure.
Well, now, Madam Chairman, we
Yes,
can't
yeah,
accept this
no,
conditionally.
no,
I mean, we're
no,
not making
yeah.
any rulings on it.
Yeah, right.
So if she's giving it to us under that condition, we haven't acted on it.
Acted, correct,
Mm-hmm.
correct. So,
I'm saying she just has to prove it.
Do you
Right.
want to voluntarily give us that without any conditions attached to it? Are you comfortable doing that?
I'm not comfortable if.
Then you don't have to do it.
Everyone should be the same.
Correct.
If other people are producing what they have, they should as well. Why should I be
But Mr.
different?
Maynard simply asked if you would be willing to produce your driver's
yes,
license.
yes.
So if you're willing to do that, we can cross those other bridges when we come to them.
So if others don't have to, that's okay.
The only question is, will you submit that to us to make a copy of it for the record?
I have nothing.
Okay,
Diane,
that's all
just
Mr.
hold
Maynard
on.
asked at this point. On the other hand, I think we should allow the candidate, if she wants, to submit anything else that she'd like.
I understand that, but
I mean, that's not what
we did this in the second, these were the he was merely asking the clarifying question. So
I want to be very specific. I
Yes.
just asked for 2 forms.
2 forms of
I
ID.
don't care what 2 it is.
Correct.
So, now, Mrs. Zontini, while you're looking, I have a question. My follow-up question is, is number 6. And for the public is, what would you like to see changed in a district, and how would you envision your role in that change? Could you, because you have served on the board, you state in your answer that you want to continue to influence the fiscal health of the district, and you want, where voter taxpayer money is spent working, you want to work as a team. Could you expound a little more on the question, because it's like, the question is what we see changed, and what I'm wondering is if, because we changed it together, we changed the view of the district. We made a lot of different changes, so could you expand on that just a little bit for me?
Well, do me this favor, could you just paraphrase that a little bit and
Sure.
condense it, please?
Sure, the question says, what would you like to see changed in the district, and how do you envision your role in that changed? So your response was communication with fellow
No,
board members.
You don't, right, I'll just answer it, because otherwise it becomes very muddied, okay?
Okay.
Okay, what would I change? I wouldn't change transparency, because we have, as you said, we accomplished that. Our superintendent does it every time, every board member gets an update of what's going on. Transparency has changed so much in this district in the 42 years that I've lived here in this district, that, you know, he'd even send texts of what went on in the school. So if we ran into someone in a grocery store, we would know, or what their concerns were, and what we were able to feel comfortable with that. So the transparency, it just, why would you change that? So much progress was in those 20 months. And now I'm sorry, I've lost my.
You're doing okay. It's 9 o'clock. I know you're doing just fine. My second point of question is number 14. And the question is, how can the board be more accessible to the community? Can you elaborate on your statement or your answer in addition to what you put down?
Well, how can we be more accessible? Well, one thing, I think there was another question, but I'm gonna add it to it anyway, is that through Facebook, through the website, I will tell you though, I think sometimes the website has gotta have a little bit more closer attention because we have some pictures of people that aren't even employed here anymore. I think that how we could expand that is that I think it would be great for you to have some type of a spotlight on a teacher, even if it's once a month, of what they're doing in their classrooms, how they feel that their students have excelled under their tutelage, things like that. I think that the community wants that. And going door to door, not that I'm trying to refer to that, but I'm giving actual experience, is that voters want to know that in the district. And I know walking, one teacher's name would come up over and over again and saying, you know, if that teacher's there, my next one up is going into that class. So I think showing spotlights and correcting the website on photographs. People love to see photographs, and Alex does a great job now in putting captions on the bottom. Continuing with Facebook, that kind of thing. Also, this is probably, you know, maybe thinking out of the box, but if there would be even volunteers, sort of like individuals from the community that would want to go together and just meet residents, whether it's at some activity locally at their church or a function in the neighborhood or whatever, and talk about the school. In the progress and things. You know, the word's gotta go out to people to change their minds that Clintondale is vital, it's thriving, and we want the community to come back. We wanna have I think you're having a graduating class of, is it 35 or 40 this year? You know, those are very low numbers, but I think if the community, or if you have liaisons working for you in different activities, and even coming to different functions through the township where there's people from all over. You know, they always say you tell one person, they tell five. But talk about the changes. And I believe that the communicator, the newsletter that's sent is fantastic. Probably it's not in the budget to actually put out a second one, but lots of pictures, lots of information. We've got to get it out to say, you live in this district, send your children. That's where your tax dollars are going. So, you know, Clintondale is here. Your smaller class size, very intimate, you know, and the teachers do a wonderful job. You have dedicated staff. So the word has to go out. So there's probably even more avenues that I'm not thinking right now, but that's just some of them that come to my mind.
So Diane, when I read over everything, and you just gave me the answer that I didn't see in the book that I wanted. Your service on the board was good. I mean, it was, you know, you always did your work, you always showed up, you always asked questions. You called me on the phone and said, "Do you have time for me?" Yes, I always had time for you.
And I drove you nuts, didn't I, because of all those questions.
But at least I always said to you that it at least helped me think in a different way when I'm thinking through the process. So I appreciate that. But the one thing that I think you did that I don't think you write down nor give yourself credit is when you went door to door, because I did follow you in a couple of precincts.
I ran into you when you were doing the Clintondale walk.
Yep.
And I had the opportunity to talk to kids
Yes.
along the way and asked what teacher they had, what class, what subject did they like best. Yeah, that was fun that day.
I'm gonna try and get Barry to walk with me this year.
Yeah.
We'll see how it works.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well, you were sweating at the time, because I know.
I know, I ran like 300 feet and I was done.
It was a hot day, though.
Yeah. I think the one question that I'm glad you said in here for me, and I think it's good, is that when you were outdoor knocking, the discussion, oh, you're a trustee for Clintondale, oh, I know this, I know that. You were front line defending the district. And I heard that from multiple people, because, you know,
Yes, sir.
people bring up my phone, they see my dad, you know, whatever.
Yes, sir.
So I didn't see that in your responses, but now that you've stated that you've been out, it is one way that we have to go. We have to go to the people. We have to be there.
That's right.
Yeah.
It is because, you know, I'm glad again, you know, you brought that again to the surface, is that when they look at my literature that I gave them, and I clearly very proud to put down, but I, you know, made it clear that, you know, I filled a vacancy. The conversations were more about really the district than even the township. And especially the one, you know, of course, the ones that had, you know, small, you know, different ages of children growing up. What I was saddened to see is out of those homes that I walked, is to see Lance Cruz graduate, you know, the lawn signs that are put into the ground, Lakeshore, Lance Cruz, Fraser, whatever. It was disappointing for me because I've lived in this neighborhood for 42 years, you know, and what have you. And if they allowed me, I kind of would even go, you know, is it because, you know, your jobs and you can drive your child? No, it wasn't. And so it was hard to hear some of the things, and there were a lot of praises too. Like I said, one particular teacher's name came up and up again. But what I did learn from that too is how adamant they were to say, she's gotta be there, because I don't know if I'm gonna send my next one there. So you can see that the teachers and all these teachers around me, they make such a difference when these kids go home and say, Mrs. Jones or whatever, that's just a make-up name, but, you know, have taught me this, or I like going to school, or something like that. But the image needs to be changed, but you can only do that through communication. And we're already doing it with the media that we talked about, but you can expound that, you can build on that. But again, I think we all have to have that excitement in us to do so.
So, and my final clarifying question is number 11. I think you know the conversation we had it at one of those fundraisers where I asked you, is it school board or is it trustee? Which one were you running for? On number 11, you wrote down that if appointed, you will seek the election. You will seek the election, you won't go for county commissioner, state rep, whatever happens.
Yes, there's no doubt I would. I don't have really any inclination to run again. As you know yourself, you've run in campaigns as well as I have. That an enormous amount of work, it takes away from your family and things like that. So I have no desire of that. I might be increasing again my volunteerism at my church, because when you're asked, you don't want to say no, and you can't say no. But other than that, I still hold a very structured schedule, because it's just who I am. But yes, absolutely, there's a yes. And you know, if it's all right, I go on record. It was never that. You know, I know. You know, well, why did she run for that? It's because I care about my community. Mm-hmm. Because I've done the things I've mentioned, plus many other things. I mean, my gosh, I helped people in Shelby Township to organize because they were having issues. So I go well beyond it, you know, of wanting to help others and help the community, because this is where we raise our family. No, I really don't plan on running for any other office other than if, you know, if I got the vacancy filled. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm done with my clarifiers.
I believe, Ms. Wilson, you had another redirect, yes.
Hi, thank you. Just following up on the question that Mr. Powers asked you, and I'm going to probably paraphrase it. He asked you if you had visited churches, and you had talked about visiting churches during the election cycle, right? So my question to you is that community activism to you, or is that campaigning?
Is it community activism or whatever? I'm sorry, ma'am.
When you had a chance to visit the churches when you were during your election period?
No, it's not just an election period. In fact, I'd like to draw from my experience when that illegal bar was running on Grosbeck, I visited, in fact, I did petitions, so let's see, how many did we get? I think we got close to 8,000, 9,000 signatures. There's 3 other women from my community and my church to get petitions to stop that business. And I still have many friends. I went to anyone that would listen to help this community. When I knew and I heard that the buses taking children to St. Thecla, St. Luke, and Clintondale were gonna have to go by this business that was run illegally, and what that type of business does to a community. It's so detrimental. So I talked to Buddhists, I went to Baptist church, Catholic churches, Protestant churches, Lutheran churches, and all those years, and I'm still in contact with many of them. Born-again Christian churches, went to their services, had meetings with them, talking about the importance of protecting school districts. I've proven it. I've walked the walk. I've talked the talk. Very proud of that work and proud of meeting all those wonderful people with and our freedoms in the United States, that we can worship at whatever church that we choose. And I still have contact with many of those people. So it isn't just where I'm isolating myself to the Catholic Church. I have reached out to many, many other denominations.
Thank you. I'm just gonna come back to that question here. When Mr. Powers asked you about visiting the churches on Quinn Road, you spoke about visiting them during your election period, right? When election was going on. We were talking about community activism. So my question is, do you consider, when you visited those churches during election time, community activism or campaigning?
No, you know what? It's both. Truthfully, it was both.
Have you been over there any other time
so
outside of
if
that?
the question is leading to it, did I only do that because of my campaign? No. And many of you don't know who I are, but there are many, many people that do know me, including the thousands of students that I educated in 27 years, that it isn't of a demographic that would keep me away from meeting good people and listening to good people. What I think it did is, I know it opened my horizons even wider, because I do listen to people, but it isn't that I sought out only to do that at a particular time. In fact, there's a couple ladies that we actually ran together that have made plans. In fact, we were going to get together right after the holiday, but around Thanksgiving, I got COVID pneumonia and became very ill. So that changed our plans. But again, we were going to start visiting where we were going to go to their church, black churches, white churches, my church, a Catholic church, and we were going to get together.
Thank you. Have you been back to those churches on Quinn Road
Not as
since
yet,
then?
ma'am. No, I had a long recovery and other things in my life that came to involve my family and my son, and that had to be the utmost importance for me to take care of.
Sorry to hear that. Had you been there prior to the election?
I'm sorry?
Had you been to the churches prior to the election period?
No, I didn't. No, I
Thank
didn't.
you.
Again, I think what was helpful to all of us is that, and I don't want to go too much into the privacy because I was asked to run for that seat and to be part of a team, but that everyone discussed about visiting all our different churches, and we almost gave like a quick little rundown of what our church might have been doing, whether building or changing or renovation and things like that. But it was never, to me, under my understanding, it was never just limited. It was all of us in a room, putting our heads together, that we wanted to broaden our horizons and meet people. Because it's never too late. That's the whole point. It's not political. It's the time that you spend at that church. It's the time that you look in the eye of that person and listen, or whatever they want to share with you. So it's not that way at all. It's the importance of the time and the dialogue that you have with those people. And it's important because when you walk away, you take a little bit of what they told you into here, but into here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else on clarifying questions? All right, so now we are at the point where we're asking the same two questions we asked to the previous candidate. And memory, you didn't
No
ask.
question, no questions.
You didn't ask. I deferred, so I'll go to you, Ms. Valeria Noak.
I know you've run for this position before. I think you're the only one that's gone through this process more than any of us on this board. So I am just going to ask my last question. I know I asked the previous candidate where he got his, how he understood the education lingo. I already know how you know. But so I'm going to ask you once again, remind me, what is your favorite book? And if it was the last book on earth, what would it be that you would be reading?
Well, I'd like to say two, and one was, and I know in fact, I was looking at it, oh my gosh, I came across it, I think it was about a week ago, but by Robert Frost. And the particular book was, Robert Frost himself read it in the inauguration of JFK. So anything of Robert Frost's collection, to me. And then the second book is the Bible.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Powers?
Yes, I do, Madam Chairman,
Yeah.
if you please. Just a quick follow-up. I would suggest if the chair could invite Ms. Zontini to come up and tender whatever other documentation she may have found she wanted to
Yes, I
submit.
do have that.
And
Can I
then you don't-
present it right now?
Do you have any concerns about, if you give it to us, we will have to make a copy
No,
of it?
I don't.
And if there's anything confidential in there, we will,
No, there
honor our
isn't.
legal obligation.
Nothing that's confidential. I have to, show this with my driver's license, and if it's requested when I vote, and it.
So you're okay if we make a copy of the driver's license and that
Absolutely,
without condition of whatever we ask of other people? Whether we ask it of other people or not?
It's my,
Okay.
Senate seat, state rep, it's all there, and it's all factual.
Fetch hither.
That's like an old man term.
So now I show this to everybody, because that's what I did before.
Oh.
Also, while we're on it, Ms. Zontini, coincidentally enough, in my little board packet, I got a W-2 for my stipend for my service on the board, and I presume we all got it except for Ms. Harris and
Wilson, Mr. Wilson.
Miss,
and Miss-
Miss, I'm sorry,
Yes.
pardon me, I'm so sorry. Miss Wilson and Mr. Wilson, because you didn't get compensated yet, I don't think, but at any rate, and in this W-2, it simply says the employers, Clintondale Community Schools, the employers says Barry Powers, 21360 Sunnyview. It does have the last four digits of my social security number, which I probably would not want others to know if I didn't have to. But aside from that, it just says what my stipend is under law, and it's been reported to me by the Clintondale, to me at my Clinton Township address on Sunnyview Street in the district.
Yes,
Do you live at 36545 Little Mac Avenue?
that is correct.
So if you haven't gotten this actually presented to you yet tonight, if there is such a document that has been presented or will be presented, I presume they're within the records of Human Resources. Do you have any problem if Ms. Walmsley certifies to us that the address for your W-2 that's being reported to the Internal Revenue Service is in fact 36545 Little Mac Avenue, Clinton Township? Do you
I have no
authorize us to get that
problem.
information so that we can
It's-
verify that?
It's factual, it's the
Okay.
truth, and it's fine with me.
And we don't want to know the last four digits of your social security number.
Whatever helps, because I understand the importance of what you folks want, the reason why you want that information. It's important to the viewing audience, it's important to the taxpayers, and it's very important and to have transparency and honesty for the community. So certainly, please, if there's
Thank you.
anything else
I
that
think
you
that'll
require,
help
I
us a
will
lot.
do that as well.
Yeah, it sounds technical, but I think it should be important to
I
help
have
for
no
us. Thank you.
problem. In fact, some places, they would even ask for an electric bill. I had a friend telling me when she applied for something, she had to, it was in Grosse Pointe, but she had to provide an electric or a gas bill, something like that, because that proved her residency in Grosse Pointe. Yet I know every city or township is different.
And
But
then just
if you want
quickly,
that, I'll
let-
provide that
let-
too.
I'll turn you over to trustee Maynard as soon as I can, but just quickly. And you've already answered where I was going with this next question, but you did say that you've resided at that same address, 36545 Little Mac, for the last 42 years.
Yes, sir.
That's a true statement.
Absolutely.
Have you resided there continuously for the last 42 years?
Is it continuously?
Have you resided there
Oh, yeah.
continuously? You never lived anywhere else?
Yeah, no, I have no summer home in the Bahamas or the Florida,
Do-
or Florida,
yeah.
or a secondary home. No, it's my primary residence. I'm not a renter. I own the home. In fact, we've been blessed. I've owned my home since I've been 46 years old.
And subject to the
So-
occasional vacation, that's
Yeah,
where
my
you
tax records, everything can.
subject to the occasional vacation or
Well,
absenting
I
yourself.
really, to be honest with you, I don't really go on vacations anymore because I enjoy riding my Harley.
But I just want to get, that's where you rest
in
your
the
head every
summer.
night. That's where you sleep every night. And
That
have the
is
last
right.
42 years.
Yeah, 42 years. I'm
You
looking
didn't-
at
you
the
didn't-
same wallpaper.
You didn't sail
Yeah.
into the district to get this job.
I'm sorry, what?
You didn't make plans to sail into the district to apply for this job.
No,
Okay.
no, I've
Thank
been
you.
here, yeah.
Thank you, I don't have any
Worn out
further.
carpet and all.
And thank you, Ms. Zantini, for authorizing us.
No problem at all.
to do
I
that,
understand
and
why you're doing it. I
And
have no
I would
problem.
move the chair that we accept that into the record, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
The ID, the W-2, at least the verification of the W-2 address.
If there's
and the-
any
and the
other
driver's
thing,
license.
please don't hesitate. I'll be happy, and I have no problems with that at all. You have to properly vet me or anyone else, so I understand.
Thank you, Ms. Zantini. Sorry for the intrusion.
Mr. Maynard, your 2 questions? I think there were 2, maybe there were 3.
It is a bit of jealousy that you take such a good driver's license picture. I've taken 5 and mine is horrible.
Not really, but thank you.
Yeah, just so you know. My first question is, Diane, if I have $1 million, if I have a charity, I say to Diane, well, I'm gonna go to Florida, Diane, I'm gonna give you $1 million. What are you gonna do for it with Clintondale?
Oh, if it was unlimited funds?
If I gave you $1 million,
million,
how would
okay.
you use it to benefit Clintondale?
And I'm sorry, I would be able to use it at Clintondale, is that what
Yep.
you- Okay.
Yep,
Well, wow,
specific to
that's-
Clintondale,
Wouldn't that be wonderful? Well,
every Tuesday and
I
Friday.
would want it as far as a donation of, including more CTE programs, you know, because at Lakeshore, I was actually the first female to ever take auto mechanics. I was the first female at Lakeshore High School to take Woods. And they wouldn't even listen to me because I was a female till my father went down there. And my father being in the service, people tend to listen to him. And he said, my daughter wants to learn auto mechanics. Why is she being treated differently than anyone? And I was actually the first female. And then after that, there actually was another girl. So I felt like I broke the ceiling at Lakeshore for that. So CTE programs are very close to my heart. They're close to my heart because when I had my business, I was a vendor for Clintondale. I was one of the vendors for Clintondale, okay? And very proud, yay, Clintondale. And also Fraser High School. Once Clintondale then went with, I don't know whether you guys were partners or whatever, because it wasn't any of my business, and I didn't investigate it, I had no reason to. But I approached the superintendent at Fraser High School, and I would have done the same thing at Clintondale. And I offered scholarships, thousands and thousands of dollars I donated, yet their counselors were the ones that would select the students. And they had a grade criteria and whatever, and I left that up to them. But I wanted to encourage, you know, Fraser to really look at CTE, you know, and I got involved with that. The superintendent, I was just shocked. I had an interview with the gentleman, and he said, you're offering what? And I said, scholarships to your students. And, oh, we think it's great, you know, and they honored me, you know, and they had a presentation of a plaque and whatever. I'm very proud of it, and I'm still in touch with students that went through that program. So it would be CTE, and then I would be probably bring it to Ken's office to decide where that money is best spent, and then safety, because safety is such an issue with me, because we have to be protected. We have to protect the children. We have to protect our teachers when they're in the classroom, and all the staff. So, you know, what can we do? What other safety measures to make the school safe from having some tragedy like Oxford? So I think safety, and then entrusting our superintendent to decide and make the suggestions where that money that I'd like to see it spent, but then let him decide, because I feel he would put it in the best place, knowing where that money should be.
Okay, that's a good answer. Madam President, I'm okay. I think everybody's answered. I mean, I forgot my second question.
I was gonna say,
What was it?
I'm trying to clear,
Yeah,
Madam Secretary, did you happen to take some notes on what these questions?
I mean, I did.
So that everybody
yeah.
asks the same questions
Correct.
to the same, in fairness to both candidates.
No, I did not.
Okay. Then I'll ask a second question, just so I ask a second question of you. And I believe, Mr. Rucker, if I get it close enough, forgive me if I don't get it close enough, but if you're here in this seat, what will you champion?
If I was in that seat, what would I change?
Champion.
Champion.
Yep.
As far as issues or
I'm not going to qualify it to you. I want you to know what you
or
will champion.
morale, or how do you want me to focus in on that?
I can't help you on that one. I want to know what you want to champion. Everybody comes to this board with their three or, whatever discussions. What is it that you'd want?
Well, I found like I'm beating a dead horse here, but I mean, the CTE programs, to see cosmetology to come to fruition, to see other programs that we don't have, and add what other schools have and perhaps we don't. I'm not making judgments on that, because it could have been budgetary and whatever. So, and it's always easy for someone to sit in the back and give all this advice, but that would be one thing. And the other is just for the board to come together, to listen to one another. I read recently, and it said that our brains work that when somebody talks to us, rather than really be calm and listening, we are just ready to reply, to give an answer right away, and I think I champion that, so that board members could come together on things, to have more meetings of the minds, and always to realize that it's discussion, not arguing. And there's such a difference, because that's the only way you're gonna know what to do on certain issues, is that we're gonna have opposing views. But when we listen to those views, maybe it'll change how we decide to vote or whatever. So we're all contributing. But I think to open that up, to champion that, to have better understanding, talking among board members, and share how they feel about that, or why they feel that way. I think that would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Ms. Zantini, my two questions, as I stated before, Mr. Maynard kind of hit upon it, that, what, about the $1 million. So my question then to Mr. Rucker was, is there anything else that you would like to share with this board and the community?
I think I'd want people to focus on not only the 42 years that I've lived in this district, but that whatever I take on, and I work hard at. I care. I give it my all. I'm factual. I'm honest. You know, Mr. Manning, God rest his soul, said, "You know what you get when you get Don Teeny." He said that. I thought that was a compliment. It was a compliment because he knew I was a straight shooter. He knew I would tell them or tell people if they asked my opinion. I gave it to them. They might have not liked what they heard, but I was honest. So am I dedicated? Yes. Am I responsible? Yes. Do I care? Yes. And my background shows how much I've cared for the community, for the township, of all people, all churches, because I love where I live and I love my community.
Thank you. With the candidates both being interviewed, I would like to ask for a recess so that we can review our notes, so we can take a short break, tend to our needs that we need to tend to. So I would like to recess until 9:40. This meeting is adjourned until 9:40.
15 minutes.
Yeah, you can come back here.
Can you pass this down? Thank you. I need to stretch my legs. Oh, I think I'm going to pass that.
I mean, we'll be discussing, because we're gonna put forth a motion now for either of the candidates.
I hope you.
Motion and seconded, and we'll discuss, about that. Yeah, no, I know, we need to stand, yeah, no, this has been, I mean, for two candidates, this is, holy Moses.
It's not mine.
Coming back at 9:40.
9:40.
Okay, that's enough time for me.
Yes, why I want, like I said, I want to be in a positive fashion. Clarify thoughts.
My legs are stiff as a board.
You better get up, you better stretch, do
Yes.
stretches.
Yes, ma'am. I know.
Oh, we're not friends?
No, but I mean, I'll never, I mean, I'll ask.
It's not good for her. It's not good. It's not good.
But anyway, sir, you know.
This is my point to you. My hook lady. This is my point to you. We're supposed to be this at all. don't mind us.
Sometimes you hire something,
I concur with that.
you know? But, so why, why Terry Gardner? You know, it's like, why would
Our meeting is coming back out of recess. The time is 9:43. It is recommended by the board president that the board take nominations to appoint a new board member to fill a vacant board seat until the next regular school election.
Madam Chairman, I move we take nominations to appoint a new board member to fill the vacant board seat until the next regular school election.
Mr. Powers makes the motion,
Support.
and Mr. Maynard supports. Is there any discussion on this matter? Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes. Motion passes 6-0. Is there anyone wanting to make a motion?
Madam President.
Yes, Mr.
I
Wilson.
move to appoint Zantini and nominate Zantini for appointment.
I'm sorry. I think-
No, that's okay.
You have to go with who you recognize first.
I believe I was recognizing I was uttering the words Mr. Wilson. So, Mr. Wilson, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to nominate Mr. Rucker.
Mr. Rucker. And is anyone supporting Mr. Wilson's appointment of Mr. Rucker?
I support.
Ms. Wilson. Discussion?
I'd like to be heard at the appropriate time, Madam Chairman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Powers?
I would like to make some discussion, if I may.
Absolutely, yes.
None of us likes to do this. It's a very difficult job. I'm thinking if we all had the opportunity to choose between doing it and not doing it, we'd rather not do it. It's not a privilege, it's a duty of this board. And each member owes it to the constituents, the voters of this district, to bring to bear the best service that we can to our voters and taxpayers in this district, to promote and advance the best educational objectives that we can. And that takes an enormous amount of time, energy, and effort. And it also takes dedication, character, and honesty. The punctilium and honesty, the most special. We are fiduciaries. So we want to know that we're voting for somebody who has been here a long time and who will be here a long time and intends to stay here a long time and has experience and character and know-how both in education and in how to run a business, to administer the funds that are entrusted to us, to hire the staffers that we believe will best serve those interests and to serve the students in the best way that we can. And I think that we last time had one candidate, so there wasn't much work to be done because the candidate was qualified and there was no need to compare that person. However, we're examining the nominee in a light where we have competition this time. And so obviously we cannot evaluate the nominee in a vacuum, and so we can only do that by comparison and contrast with the other nominee who's up today. So I believe that we should at least vote on both candidates, take a vote, nominate both, and that's the only fair way to do it. However, when faced with two people sitting in the chairs in front of us, we are duty-bound to select the one in our best judgment and honesty has the best potential to serve the interests that I articulated. And in my estimation, and I think it's very clear, that we've got a question about the candidate's residency. When I asked him point blank, do you live there? Do you live in the district? And he chose not to answer it. He chose to prefer to give us documents that he thought qualified him under the law to come to the podium here and make the application. However, he didn't answer the question. So he has not established that he resides here. He chose not to answer that, not to assure it. Well, he had an opportunity to assure us, yeah, no, I spend the night, I lay my head on Willis Street every night. I've been here a long time, I intend to stay here. So we don't know where he lives. He may not live anywhere close. He apparently has a job. Ms. Zontini, on the other hand, the other candidate, is retired, has ample time to devote to this, and it can be a backbreaking, very time-consuming job. She's got no conflicts with her time. She's got no competition on her time. And she's been here for 42 years, and her record is impeccable. She's established it over and over again. Plus, she has almost 2 years of experience on this board, so she's lived through a new superintendent, an interim superintendent, many different comings and goings on this board, has got substantial institutional knowledge over the years about how things have been done in the past and how we can do things better. And so in my mind, I respectfully will withhold my consent to vote for Mr. Rucker for those reasons. I'm also concerned that when Ms. Zontini first was appointed, she said the most important thing in her mind of all was character and honesty. And we must have utmost honesty. And the suggestion that somebody holds a position or a qualification that he does not is resume fraud, and we see it all too often. And if you can't trust that part of what he's told us in writing and orally, how can we really trust anything else? So there's a very significant record for impeachment of the candidate's ability to, and willingness and ability to carry out the high responsibilities of this high office. On the other hand, the other candidate is impeccable. There's no need to impeach the candidate's integrity or honesty in the slightest. And there was some suggestion that somehow the process has been tainted. The process would not be tainted if there were a defamatory statement made to the board, because the board must have the ability to isolate what it hears in its own judgment, and to evaluate the credibility of things that are said out there, and the means by which they are said and the form in which they are said. But here, the statement in the letter, the supposed defamatory letter, was a true statement, and the candidate demonstrated that himself here tonight. So there's nothing even defamatory in the letter. And so to suggest that that tainted or made the process somehow questionable, I think that the record is now very clear that what this person said in this letter, and I believe the chair had every obligation to transmit that to the other board members, because the chair is not a superintendent, she's not a super board member, she keeps order and does a very hard job. But when information comes to light, she's got an obligation to share that with the board members. So the suggestion that she should have kept that to herself, she would be breaching her own fiduciary duties. So she had to pass it along. But there's nothing in that letter that wasn't true. And I think the record is clear. So however we come into the information that we learn, if it's true and it's reliable, then we are duty bound to give it credence and use it to judge the way we vote. So, with all respect to Mr. Rucker, whom I thank for his candidacy and for making the overture to be here, I don't think that, A, he doesn't live here, and if he has lived here, he doesn't live here very long. It's been since late November. He's already established that. B, we're not sure what he does, but he's not a civil engineer. But I said, do you want to correct it? Do you want to say, no, I'm really not a civil engineer? I said I was, but I'm really not, because being a civil engineer means you have a degree, Bachelor of Science, from a accredited College of Engineering, which he admitted he doesn't take any course of formal study toward that at all. Yet he stood by civil engineer. So we came in, Mr. Maynard and I, to a board that had been corrupt, and this district was a cesspool of dishonesty, corruption, ultra-virus acts in violation of the Michigan Constitution. And Mr. Maynard and I did all we could.
Mr. Powers has the right to talk on the floor.
He's maligning another board and it's not true what he's saying.
He has the right to discuss for 10 minutes via Robert's rules.
Mr.
Let him
Maynard,
finish.
I'm sorry. Pardon me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Chairman. If I may,
Please.
I'm coming to an end.
Please continue.
Mr. Maynard and I, as the two new board members, did our best to ferret out the malfeasance. And soon thereafter, the malfeasance ran like cockroaches in the night, scurried away when you turned the light on. And they ran away like cockroaches and they all resigned. And
Gentlemen, Mr. Powers, direct discussion.
What roaches is he talking about?
Miss Bishop, I ask you.
Cockroaches?
Bishop Bradley, please
No, listen to what he's saying.
let Mr. Powers.
So,
I'm
what are
gonna correct you, I'm gonna correct you both. Now, please, we're trying to conduct a meeting.
Well, he should not be incinerated.
Please, I ask you to sit down. Mr. Powers, the discussion is for Mr. Rucker. Can we keep it to the discussion of Mr. Rucker and his validity or his, relationship, to board, okay? Don't talk about.
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank
So
you.
at great personal sacrifice, I think Ms. Valerio Nauk was the first one to fill a vacancy. She came to the fore, and she has served with honor and great personal sacrifice. Next came Ms. Kaminsky, same thing, served with honor, at great personal sacrifice, worked her fingers to the bone. And then Ms. Zontini came on. And same thing, served this board with honor. And so we got to a point where we have been able to get this board transparent, honoring the law, and thank goodness we were able to recruit and hire, and I hope retain for a long, long time, a superlative superintendent in Mr. Janzarek, who himself has served with honor and worked his finger to the bone. So we've built a board, we've worked very hard to do that, and Ms. Zontini has already demonstrated great proficiency and excellence in that role. So it's a very difficult decision to turn down a candidate like that who's already a proven commodity. So for that reason, I will be withholding my consent to the appointment of Mr. Rucker, and I will be moving my brothers and sisters that we instead appoint Ms. Zontini. Thank you, Ms. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Is there any other discussion on the floor concerning the motion for Mr. Rucker?
Yes,
Mr.
Madam
Mr.
President.
Wilson?
Yes, it was asked by Ms. Walmsley, did he have the criteria to meet to be here? And I think that satisfies me enough about his residency. Now, what he does at his job, where does that fall in here with us today? Where does that fall with us today? I hear my colleague, he speaks very well, and I thank Ms. Zontini, and I know Ms. Zontini, once I decided to run, I watched the board meetings, and I paid quite a bit of attention to what was going on. And I'm here to make a difference. I don't know what the past board done. I have no idea. I'm here to make a difference. You know, every board, it's not about race, but we should be a representation of the school and the students in the building. I understand what you're talking about with Mr. Rucker. But listening to Mr. Rucker today, he's an excellent candidate for this board.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? I just wanted to make a point of comment. He did provide the necessary documentation. So as far as questioning, I feel that has been substantiated. That's the only comment that I would like, to reflect on the board. Is there any further discussion from the board members? Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
No.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, no. Ms. Kaminsky,
Votes no. Does not pass. I believe the procedure is there a motion on the floor to nominate another member?
I move that we nominate Ms. Zantini, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Powers makes the motion to appoint Ms. Zantini. Is there support? I will support. Is there discussion?
Madam Chairman?
I am going to recognize Mrs. Wilson, or Ms. Wilson, I apologize.
Just, yeah, no problem, thank you. Just for the record, hearing what Mr. Powers stated about Mr. Ruckers, and also hearing what he stated about Ms. Zantini with character and honesty. And I found Ms. Zantini was not honest today, if we're talking about character and honesty. When I asked her about community activism or campaigning, and in case we don't know what community activism, and she said, well, it's both, but it's not both. Community activism is a voluntary effort by community members who work together to achieve common goals and improve the community. That's community activism, so she was not truthful there. Like my brother said, we're looking to go in a different direction. And we need somebody that is hands-on in the community, not afraid to go across 15 Mile to interact with the community. We're trying to bring the community together and grow in the school district with their children. And I feel that's where I don't see where Ms. Zantini, in going towards the future, is going to benefit the district, because that's one of the things we need. We need somebody to interact with our students and not from afar, Parks and Rec, showing up at churches when it's time for election time. So I just wanted to put that on the record. If we're saying Mr. Rucker wasn't honest, neither was she.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Is there any other discussion before the board? Mr. Powers?
Just want to reiterate what I said, pro Zantini, that I said con Rucker. She's better qualified for the job because of her past record of commitment to the community, her permanence in the community, her proven ability. She's already done the job. She's already proven that she can go through the fire and not bend one way or the other. Ms. Zantini and I voted against each other on opposite sides. We both believe that the superintendent is superlative. I voted not to hire him. Ms. Zantini voted to hire him. We both voted not to authorize the last contract because it wasn't strong enough to support our continuing with him. So the reason that we didn't vote for the superintendent, even though we thought he was wonderful, is because we wanted to make sure that we'd have more provisions in there that he wouldn't leave. So that was a compliment to the superintendent. But she will vote her conscience, vote her heart, whether it's for you or others or not. She's going to do what's right. If it's 6-1, she'll be the one, because she does what's right. And we cannot let demographics creep into our psyche or our heart. The 14th Amendment stands for equal protection for all persons. And the only way to stop making decisions on the basis of race is to stop making decisions on the basis of race. And this district is dedicated to anti-discrimination, equal opportunity, and we will always continue to do that. If anybody has the slightest evidence that anybody is mistreating somebody because of their characteristic that is protected by law, we will do everything we can to vigorously investigate it and correct that situation if it needs corrected. So to suggest that this board, the way it's been constituted, with or without Ms. Zontini, would in any way not be dedicated to serve every single person, child in the district, in the student population, among the staff, having any touching of this district, that we should factor in race is not something that I believe is fair. And if the basis to make this decision tonight is because of the color of Diane Zontini's skin, and that's how my brothers and sisters on this board are going to vote, then this is truly a sad night for our district and for our community. Thank you.
Excuse-
Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, I don't know if our colleague understood what I was saying. It's not a basis of race. It's not a basis of race at all. You know, we could say the same. Am I right? We could say the same. If you vote that way, then it's got to be based on race. So what I'm saying again, it is not based on race. But I went to MASB meetings, and the first thing the instructor asked me is, how was that board a representation of the district? We fully understand. If my lawyer friend understands one thing, issues with race happen every day. I'm in a school system, every day issues of race happen every day. So we're not here to discuss race. I would love to talk to you about the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. We're saying what we're saying. Your vote is your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Is there anyone else? Yes, Mr. Maynard.
Well, we're here at a crossroads. If it goes 3-3 again, then we sit here. The county won't take it up until, or the ISD won't take it up until February 20th. We're here today to make a decision. And that's the big issue. And what we're seeing on the board is a division that we really all should be united with each other. And sometimes when the sausage gets made, the sausage gets made. That's just how it is. And I believe Mr. Powers did speak eloquently, as did you, sir, Mr. Wilson. So, we are here leaning one way or another to figure out what we all want to do as a board. I know I don't want this going to the county, because for my fellow board members who don't know, the whole process starts over. It's not just Mr. Rucker and Mrs. Zontini who get to go up there. They have to go through a whole process again, if they even want to. And the ISD, I don't know how, Lisa, you went through the ISD process. What, 10 years ago, I think? Something like that. I'd much prefer that it's his homegrown decision. I much prefer it. And I think we as a board should look at each other and just, is this gonna be a homegrown decision? Or are we gonna let somebody else handle this? And that's where I'm at. And maybe that speech should have been made after the vote. I don't know, but.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. I see two varying futures for Clintondale. I see on one hand, youth, a younger board member, which our board doesn't have, youth. Not calling you all old, I'm just saying,
I am 44.
we
okay?
are over the age of 35.
Yes.
I see wisdom. I see someone who has been on this board before and knows some of the challenges that face the board. I see someone young that, hungry, maybe, taking us in a different direction. This is a very, very difficult decision this go-round. I have sat for a few appointments. I'm just gonna leave it at that. This is not an easy decision, and I know I can speak on behalf of my board members. We take this very seriously. We want to make the right decisions for the future of Clintondale. Is there anyone else that would like to have discussion? Madam Secretary, take the roll.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
No.
Mr. Wilson,
No.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson,
No.
We have reached a stalemate.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Maynard.
I lay a motion on the floor to hold a special meeting on Monday, February 19th, for the sole purpose of taking another run at picking this application. And I will explain my motion if there's a second.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Maynard to defer our election of our board member to February 19th, 2025, 6:30 PM. Do I have support?
It's a Monday.
It is a Monday.
Monday.
19th or 17th?
The Monday's the 17th?
Monday is the
Oh,
17th.
I'm sorry, the school is closed, so we'll have to go the 18th. I forgot about President's Day. It's on the 18th too? Okay, whatever date the 19th is, it's a Wednesday.
It's
then.
a Wednesday.
Okay.
Wednesday, the 19th, and it's before the 30 days.
Okay,
Good.
so you-
Clock. So the motion on the floor is to hold a special meeting for the sole purpose of electing a new board officer by Mr. Maynard. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Wilson. Is there any discussion?
The gentleman said he would offer rationale. I don't know of any reasonable basis or compelling basis to do so, but I would like to hear him. If the chair would ask the gentleman to support his motion.
Mr. Maynard, would you care to expound?
Sure. We have the legal obligation to try in 30 days to fill this. That's clear. The first 30 days is us. The next 30 days are people who don't live in our community. Not a single member of that ISD board is from this district. And I'm almost certain none of them are from Clinton Township. So they're not even in our community, and they'll be making this decision. So I think we've heard. I think we all should go home and digest, come back on the 19th, and if we fail on the 19th, we hand it over to the ISD. But I think we can all look at everything that's been done, sit down, think about it, and come back And if we fail, we fail. And it goes to the ISD. The rationale is we should make every effort to make our choice here. And there may be people that might move one way or another based on what they hear, based on what emails may come in, which I hope everybody shares, based on any number of ways people will come forward. And it could very well end up one or the other to come down on the line. So that's the rationale, because we have a legal obligation for 30 days to try and fill the seat. You have to ask her, I'm not the chair anymore.
Yes, Ms. Valerio.
I have a question on
Yes.
that. If we do this,
Mhm.
would we be entertaining new candidates, or is it just these two?
Just these two.
Okay, I wanted to be clear on that, thank
Yep.
you.
And the reason I feel that way, and I shouldn't speak for my fellow board members, the reason I feel that way is while board policy governing appointments allows us to do whatever in the bleep we feel, as long as we tell the public we're doing it, those, Mrs. Zontini and Mr. Rucker Floyd have gone through the grill, have answered the questions, have done everything we asked for them. So they've got X number of days to contact us, talk to us, see what we're gonna do, what we're gonna move, etc. And I think it's fair. It's 2404, Felicia. And you're welcome. And I think it's, that is where this process needs to leave. Because maybe Mr. Rucker goes home and falls asleep on something and wakes up the next morning and said, I didn't answer Mr. Powers' question. I want to go and see if I can answer his question anymore. Maybe Mrs. Antini comes and calls tomorrow and says, hey, Jared, I didn't really think about this, and I wanted to tell you about this, and that we did this together. And she may say, she may, I mean, you know. So I think giving them that opportunity, allowing us all to just think about what happened here, and allowing us the maximum amount of opportunities to make this work. That's why the motion is there.
So you would not have them re-interview, say another, it's just based on everything we have here, unless they want to give us more information? Okay.
If the board wants to have,
Okay.
if the board wants to give them 5 minutes each
Okay.
to plead their case again at that meeting, I'm not gonna step on anybody's toes about that meeting. I'm not gonna, that's whatever the board wants to do. I just think we have a legal, ethical, and moral responsibility to do it.
So then, same process, same questions?
No.
No.
New
We've already-
people?
we've
We're
already-
honing in on,
Those two.
my question is, is that the policy-driven way to do that? Because I'm trying to look in this manual.
All the policy has to do under the second portion is we have to say to the public that we are meeting to fill the vacancy. That's all we have to do. The fact that we do all this extra stuff is a benefit to us to learn who wants to do it. It's a benefit to the community, for them to show how passionate they are about Clintondale. But 2404, to answer your question, just calls for that. And if the board wants to give them each 5 minutes, then fine, okay? So that's the motion that's on the floor.
May I be heard, Madam Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Powers?
I'm going to impose the motion. We have a duty to carry out this responsibility. The duty to do that is here and now. It is election day. There's no turning back. So if we have to put it to another vote, we will do it again if there's any possible reasonable chance that the vote will change. If there's a determination that we've come to a stalemate, then we've made that determination, and that's it. When we walk out this door tonight, that's it. You don't chop off a dog's tail 1/10 at a time, okay? This is painful enough, time-consuming enough, laborious enough for all of us. Who are we? How arrogant could it be to say we're going to put the candidates back to go through the fire again? We have the information that we need to make the decision. We can either vote again, or we can declare a stalemate and lateral it to the MISD. I'm not going to come back here on the 19th and go through this whole rigmarole again. Yes, we have a duty to do it. Yes, it's not fun, okay? It's 10:20. Let's stay till 10:30. Let's stay till 10:40. Let's get it done to see if we can reach some sort of a majority for one of the candidates. If that can't be done, it's not gonna be done today, it's not gonna be done on the 19th. What more information do we have? All that's gonna do is to send us all scurrying out to find more information, and second guess this, and talk about that. No, this is the time and the place. The game clock is ticking, and it's gonna run out, and there's gonna be a winner, or a loser, or it's gonna be a tie, and that's it. When we walk out of here, we've done the best we can, the jury's deadlocked, it goes to a different process. That's what the law allows for, that's what we must accept.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Mr. Maynard?
The law allows the process to go 30 days. Doesn't matter how many times you take the 30 days to do it. I think this is the responsible thing to do, and let them come back. It gives us our apple. So with that, Madam Chairman, I move the question.
Yes, Mr. Maynard?
I move the question.
Move the question.
I'll have to check my calendar, I don't even know if I'm available tonight.
Have we considered the candidates' schedule? Can they make it? No? Okay. No.
Is that an integral part of your process, that the candidates reappear? And then they go through this whole grilling again?
I think at this particular junction, to state it very clearly, I've called the question. If the chairman wants to ask if both candidates are available on the 19th before she calls the question, that's her business.
I
But
don't
I
know
have
that we
called
have
the
the authority,
question.
I don't know that we have the authority to put them to that test. Or I don't know if we have the privilege to ask them to do it, even if they want to do it. I'm not sure it's kosher that we do that.
Well, in the policy manual, the guideline states 30 calendar days, where my question is if we are calling for a special election, is it fair to limit it, again, to these just two candidates, or do we open it back up? No.
No,
that's not.
this
So
is-
we are on these two candidates, okay. So, is Ms. Zontini still in the audience? Yes, Ms. Zontini, are you available for a special meeting on February 19th at 6:30? Yes. And Mr. Rucker, I still see you're in the audience. Are you available for a special meeting on February 19th at 6:30 in the evening? Thank you. So the candidates had confirmed their availability. We need to be a board,
Call the question.
Madam.
I'm sorry, I'd like to hear Madam Chairman finish her sentence. We need to be a board what? I'd like to hear it.
We need to be a unified board. I ask that my fellow board members make their calendars available. I understand we all have obligations, but we have obligations to this district as well. So I believe we have a motion and we have a support. Ms. Valeria Noak, can you
I'm
take?
sorry, who seconded it?
Ms. Valeria Noak, for a special meeting on February 19th, Mr. Maynard made the motion, and I believe Ms. Wilson supported? Yes? Okay, I just making sure we got our i's dotted and our t's crossed. Would you please take the roll?
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
No.
Ms. Valerio Nauk? No. Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes. Motion carries. There will be, let the record reflect, there will be a special meeting for the sole purpose of electing a seventh board member. We need to clarify the grounds for that, I believe. This has never happened before.
As far as I'm concerned, if it's the will of the board, they each get 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then we vote. We shouldn't be here any more than 20 minutes,
Thank you.
I would imagine.
Mr. Rucker, Ms. Zontini, we will be reaching out to you. If you're more than welcome to stay, for the remainder of the meeting. I know it's late. I would like to carry on with business at hand. The next order of business is financial institutions. It is recommended by the board president that the board approve Flagstar Bank and approve those persons authorized to sign checks, contracts, and agreements. The financial institution is Flagstar Bank. The authorized signers are myself, Board President Felicia Kaminsky, and our Treasurer Barry Powers. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move the board approve Flagstar Bank and approve those persons authorized to sign checks, contracts, and agreements.
Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Maynard.
one of the things that I isolated on the bill run was the consistent payment of $300 and some odd to Flagstar Bank. Even though they sweep our money in, they keep interest and all this other stuff, I asked that to be directed to the Finance Committee to discuss that, because $34 million at your bank, you shouldn't be charging us $340 some odd and change. Is that, if we approve this tonight, would that prohibit us discussing that topic at the Finance Committee meeting?
Madam Chairman, point of order, this is not a free-for-all where everybody asks everybody else questions. If the gentleman wants to make a motion, he can make a motion at the appropriate time. My motion is on the floor, the discussion is on the motion, I'd like to call the question. If Mr. Maynard wants to make any number of motions, he'll have the opportunity to do so at the appropriate time.
There's a motion on the floor to.
Excuse me.
And support.
Excuse
We're
me.
having discussion concerning the banking.
Perhaps the distinguished member to my left did not hear where I said, does this motion prohibit that discussion from going on at the very end? It could be I mumbled.
I moved once and I shall move again. The motion is that the board approve Flagstar Bank and approve those persons authorized to sign checks, contracts, and agreements. I did not stutter.
Gentlemen, the motion on the floor is to approve our banking and our people with support by Ms. Wilson. We can clarify the question at hand that is part of the discussion.
I move we terminate discussion and call the question.
Is there any further discussion? There is not. Call to question. Madam Secretary, please take the vote.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard?
No.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes. Motion passes 5-1. I will indulge Mr. Maynard and follow up with the banking fees with the Finance Committee. Next item on the agenda is our consent items 1 through 8. Is there any board member that would like to isolate any of these items?
I want to isolate 4 and 5.
4 and 5. 4 would be separate. 5 would be separate. So before the board We have can I have a motion to approve consent items?
Madam Chair, I move to approve consent items number 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8.
Second.
So Mr. Maynard has made the motion. Mr. Powers has supported. Is there discussion on the board for those items only? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Mr. Maynard?
Yeah.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes. Motion carries 6-0. Consent item number 4. It is recommended by the superintendent, the director of athletics, that the board approve Lee Walmsley as the varsity softball coach effective immediately. The rate of pay will be $6,574.12, step 15 of the BA salary schedule. Lee has been an assistant varsity coach for the last 15 years. Goal 1, employment services, recruit and retrain talent to support and enhance student services. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move that the board approve Lee Walmsley as the varsity softball head coach effective immediately.
Mr. Powers made the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Ms. Valerio Noak has supported. Discussion.
Yes, I have discussion.
Mr. Wilson, yes.
Yes, I believe our process is good. You know, Ms. Walmsley, I know Ms. Walmsley, I know Mr. Walmsley. Ms. Walmsley is the coach, is a coach, is a great coach. So, but I don't know how we did things in the past, so this is why I had to ask, because I don't understand the process. So, from what it looks like in our packets, Ms. Walmsley applied. Okay, that's great. Ms. Walmsley was selected, and in our packets, it said Ms. Walmsley was interviewed by Mr. Walmsley. I got that part. And Mr. Walmsley recommended step 15. Okay, so with the recommendation, is the superintendent asking us to look past policy 4213? Or is that even valid? Because I do believe Ms. Walmsley, I do believe Ms. Walmsley should be the coach. But the way it was packaged, it could have been a little bit better. To have the husband do the interview, I mean, it's great to be transparent, but before I got to this board, there was a whole lot of conversation about conflict of interest and nepotism. So are we just turning our head to the policy? Once again, I think Ms. Walmsley should be the coach. But I do believe that in our district, for example, because I'm not the superintendent, I'm not in the day-to-day, maybe the superintendent could have interviewed her. Maybe the principal could have interviewed her. I'll put it this way. If there's a problem with a player on the team, the player goes to the coach, the parent goes to the coach is not satisfied. So who are we gonna send the parent and kid to? The AD? Something doesn't make sense to me. You know, nepotism was a big thing for Mr. Wilson, but now it's not. So either we're gonna follow policy, and in the policy it says the superintendent can make an exception with board approval. That is great. But the way this was packaged, the way that it was sent to the board, it's not right. Superintendent could have did his job and said, hey, this is what we're gonna do. Easy, easy. We're not here to cause any conflict. We want the best coaches for the kids. I've been coaching 20-something years. I want the best coach for the kid. Ms. Walmsley is the best coach. But if you think the board is supposed to just neglect conflict of interest or nepotism, I'm not saying Mr. Walmsley has any conflict of, I'm not saying Mr. Walmsley does not have any nepotism. I know Mr. Walmsley. The next thing that bothered me was, according to the CEA, Appendix B5 states the salary. That's understandable. You have to realize something. A coach spends more money than they receive from a high school. A coach spends more money out their pocket. It's understandable. So the figure that came up for step 15, I'm assuming was based on 15 years. I'm assuming. But our teacher's contract says that we can only give a max of 10 years. So does our administrators, is that different? Or does our administrators, because what I'm saying is not the money, I'm saying how this was presented to us. There's no answers, we're just sitting here receiving information without knowing these things. My next question, who else applied? We're not saying Ms. Walmsley's not the best coach, but if we're gonna be transparent, and we can talk to our constituents and say, well, everything is on the up and up, she is the best person for the job. But I'm missing the transparency. I don't care how much money a coach is supposed to make, I get it. But how did we get here? I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
Okay, your comment about how did we get to step 15 and how the CEA's Appendix B5 stipulates 10 years, that is for years outside of the district.
Yes, ma'am.
I have 15 years inside the district.
Yes, ma'am.
So I hope that answers your question. 2 candidates applied. Both candidates were interviewed, and that was in the packet.
I didn't see it in my packet. I didn't see it. And it does state, in the CEA, it does state outside the district, and it also states inside the district. The last sentence states inside the district. Yes, on the B5, it states inside the district. So, once again, it's not a question about the dollar amount. It's a question how we got here. You know, I put it this way. When my wife's contract comes up, I want to vote. And I want to vote for her to get the max. You see how that looks? So I'm not saying Mr. Walmsley did anything wrong, but when it comes to us and it says step 15 and that's the highest step, that's the husband recommending for the wife.
I've been coaching for 15 years.
No, that's not the issue. The issue is the husband recommending for the wife. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand, but
yeah.
the husband is also the athletic director.
Exactly, and that's where policy 4213 comes into play. So that could have been eliminated through the superintendent or through the principals or anything. That's all I'm saying. The process that came to us, it just, I didn't care for how it was wrapped and sent to us. The presentation was just not good.
May I be recognized, Ms. Kaminsky?
One moment, Mr. Powers. Mr. Wilson, were you finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The board or the president recognizes Mr. Powers.
I'm not sure what the gentleman is discussing when he said there's been much talk about conflict of interest. As I recall, there was one open meeting where there was a resolution that was considered. My recollection is a little bit fuzzy, but there was very little discussion about nepotism. So I'm not sure what the gentleman was referring to about, if the gentleman knows of public discussion at a board meeting of which I was a member, I'd like to be elucidated as to that, because I don't recall that at all. I'm not arguing for or against any particular position, but I think the gentleman raises a good point about nepotism. Because we have an issue where the gentleman's sister is a member of the board, and the gentleman's wife is the executive secretary.
Yes, sir.
So the gentleman is enmeshed in his own nepotism whirlpool. However,
Go ahead.
could we have order, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yes.
Was that a hiss
Yes.
that I heard?
No, I was going to say that the motion before the floor is discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I
before-
heard a hiss, and I don't want to attribute
No,
that
I
to
would-
anybody.
no,
Okay.
no, I'm not hissing.
Anyway, I'll be brief, and I know other people want to talk, but I'm the proponent of the motion, so I'd like to speak in favor of it, okay? First of all, irrespective of the nepotism, let's accept that there is nepotism, let's accept that the process is inherently tainted because Bob Walmsley is on one side and Lee Walmsley is on the other side. I can accept that, okay? Because we have a safety valve. We have a stopgap, and that is Mr. Janzarek. And this is his universe. And he's got to mind the business. And he has to make the decision whether to give any weight to Mr. Walmsley's recommendation or judgment or not to. And he's going to do that based on his impression. In what esteem does Mr. Janzarek hold Mr. Walmsley? Is Mr. Walmsley going to recommend his wife in a way that would not serve the best interests of the district? Is he going to try to manufacture it so that we have a more qualified softball coach, and there's going to be a manipulation that the less qualified one take the role because it happens to be his wife? If that's the case, let's call it out now. But Mr. Janzarek made that decision. That's up to him to give that judgment what it's worth, if anything. But he's the one making the decision because he is really the one who hires her. Yes, do we have to approve it? Yes. But that's his decision. And my philosophy to get to some sort of an ethic, some sort of a theme to guide my own decision-making is that it's not my role to question the business judgment of the superintendent or to question, or to think that he's done anything untoward. And so if the suggestion is Mr. Janzarek is doing something untoward, well then let's bring it out by merit. Is she not the best candidate by merit? If there's another candidate by merit that calls into question the process, then it might be subject to review. But nobody's brought that up to me. So, absent any thing to suggest that Mr. Janzarek is not exercising his own rational basis in making the decision to do that, then I think that we should accept the superintendent's recommendation, that you vote in favor of my motion. We retain Ms. Walmsley for that. It would be a privilege to do that because she's a fantastic softball coach, probably the best this side of the Mississippi. So I don't know what it is we're talking about. If it's the process and the process is tainted, let's review that. Let's commission that. But at this point, on this particular question, unless there's a suggestion that Mr. Janzarek is doing something untoward in joining with Mr. Walmsley making the recommendation, then I suggest that we vote for Ms. Walmsley, or if we're not prepared to do that, then we vote for another candidate other than Ms. Walmsley if we feel that that's going to serve the best interest of the district. So I don't know that there's anybody who can hold a candle to her or that anybody's been presented to us that could be the case. So let's get over this idea that just because we have two people who are involved in athletics at the school, that everything thereby must be reevaluated from soup to nuts, from everything having to do with this district. I'm not saying that nepotism may not be an issue that a very difficult decision we'll have to make, but that's who the voters put in. Welcome to the board. I mean no disrespect or no criticism of your being on the board, but that's the situation we have, and until and unless it's brought up in that category, then I think we should let it be in this category. I just don't see any rational basis or compelling basis to review it on that basis at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
There is no question for review. There's no question to repost the job. What I'm saying is the process. The answer is correct. How we got to Ms. Walmsley is correct. The process is bad. So I don't know where you're going with it, and that's okay. I understand it. No disrespect. But the policy is clear in the book. A spouse cannot work directly, be supervised or evaluated by their spouse. That is the policy. 4213, last paragraph. That is where we're going. So Mr. Janzarek's decision is right on, right on. But once again, answer the question. If we have a problem with a parent and a student, that parent is going to talk to the coach. The next step in the chain of command is the athletic director.
You are, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
Mr.
I
Valero.
will go after you.
Okay, so you are correct, and I believe, what is not denoted in this policy, but what has been addressed before the board in these types of situations is the safety catch. And I'm gonna use a totally different example. We had a administrator of a building who was gonna move over to another building where her husband, he would be reporting to her. And so the catch for that was that the administrator would not be evaluating her husband. That would fall to Mr. Janzarek. So I feel, according to policy, we have that catch-all, be-all, if there does a situation arise where there is conflict, you know, parent, coach, then that wall would be Mr. Janzarek.
It would just bypass the next individual in terms of the chain of command.
Correct.
So we would bypass the athletic director and move into the building principal. If it wasn't resolved from there, it would go on to me as a superintendent or
Okay.
designee.
That is perfect, but does anyone believe that we should have that information prior?
Correct. You're right.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you, Sue.
Mr. Maynard.
Mr. Powers is right, and so is Mr. Wilson. If we would have packaged this a little better, 2 people interviewed, X, Y, and Z were done, they were done on this day, and then this was done, we wouldn't have a question. So please, in the future, let's package this better. But I also want to point 2 things out. I took Bob and Lee to sit in my very close Tiger seats. And Lee made a couple of discussions with the umpire. And I noticed you were an umpire on your staff, so I'm just saying, just FYI, but I just find it, just a little funny note there. But this person is the best. I came to a game, and she knows the sport, clear as day. She knows the team, clear as day. A district title, clear as day. And she just, and she is, with her other coach leaving, she is the continuation for however long she continues with us. But we need to package this stuff better. Anybody can look out there and say, oh, Bob did it, Lee did it. Okay, I hear that all the time, and the tragedy of it is, as I stated, nobody knows and nobody sings how much Bob Walmsley does for us. Nobody sings how much Lee does for us. I tell this story to everybody. It's on a podcast. I pull out Corey's podcast in the back. Bob pulls grades. Bob pulls kids in, talks to those kids. Oh, you got 3 A's and a B, but you got a D here. Why do you have a D? And he works it out with those kids. My first month on the board, a kid came up to Bob and I, and he said, he's always hungry, can I borrow some money? So I said, okay. And Bob grabbed my hand and said, Jared, before you give it to him, let's get, maybe he'll come and do some chairs for us, and then we can do it. He works every day to install responsibility in our students. And you are right, we have to package this better, because then you and I both would know all the information. Lee would know that she is everybody's choice on this panel without question. And she can go forward with my vote and my confidence, knowing it, but, just next time around, just more detail. And then be done, because I think, I've said it to you before, there was a whole 2-week span, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, where you were the print shop director, the athletic director, the assistant principal, the lunchroom monitor, and then Maurice was over in the middle school, how we're running the middle school for us, why Bob was doing all of this. And it's just things like this that don't get sung around the district that help solve part of this problem. And, you know, I'm sure I'm gonna get yelled at for simping for the Walmsleys, but the fact of the matter is, people do need to know more about what they do.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. Is there any other discussion before the board? Yes, Ms. Valeria Noak.
I'm just gonna add one quick comment. Normally, if I were to see this, I would go, no, I'm not really for this. However, after being on the board and having worked with Bob and having worked with Lee, I have no problem with them because of the fact I know them and I know their integrity. Do we want to make sure that everything is published to everyone on how this is done? Sure, I agree with Mr. Maynard. Maybe we should package it better. But on this stance, I don't even, in my point of view, I don't need to have it packaged better because I know the people involved. And that's all that I'll say.
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
I agree with Ms. Noak, but we represent the community. We represent the community. You are elected to represent the community. I think someone said it earlier, Ms. Santini said it earlier, our job is oversight. If our job is oversight, then, hey, I want Lee to coach forever. I want Bob to coach forever. But at the same time, it's not Mr. Walmsley or Ms. Walmsley. They're not the superintendent. Superintendent runs the district. He packages it, he sends it to us for a recommendation. That's leadership. Bottom line.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Maynard.
this is just my final comment. When we package it, it's something that we can start now, and we can insist on whether we know Lee or Bob, whether I know Barry did the hire, and I'm convinced what Barry's hire, or Felicia. If we have a standardized packaging system, it shows everybody out there that there ain't no hanky-panky going on, okay? Our things are done. And that way, you know, we're not wondering left, right, and center when people call. Because when this agenda was published, 3 of the 11 calls I got were about this, and I spent a considerable amount of time just discussing with those people that they have no clue what the Walmsleys even did. So let's work on how we present this, please.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
We need to hone in the package and have the uniformity moving forward to all the board members, all the community.
And the same is, it's the same with, number 5.
Yeah, okay,
You know,
okay.
I don't know if we know.
I'd like to say one thing. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, because you just got me out of being evaluated by my husband.
Oh, see?
I'll take Maurice Woods anytime.
Great point.
Yes, we know you're a good coach.
All right, while we're at it, can you recite the infield fly rule?
Yes.
All right. Board members, let's get on task here. The hour is growing late. Is there any further discussion on our, yes, Mr. Maynard?
With Mr. Wilson saying he's satisfied with 5, would Mr. Powers amend his motion so we can approve both at the same time, both 4 and 5?
So, okay, so we're gonna
Well, I'll
do,
accept that if Mr. Wilson accepts it.
Yes, I accept.
move them both. Okay, so, Madam Secretary, did you catch all that?
Yes, that we're gonna
We're gonna
do
do
4 and
double.
5 together.
Correct,
That's fine.
thank you. So,
Okay,
Mr.,
I can second that, because I second.
I was
Mr.
gonna say, I
Powers.
have Powers and Lisa Valerio notes, so,
Okay,
okay.
so-
So Madam Chair, or Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes. Motion passes. Okay, we are now to the part of the agenda for non-consent items. School of choice. It is recommended by the superintendent and the school pupil accountant that the board approve the school of choice application window for the 25-26 school year. The dates are March 1st, 2025 through September the 5th for grades young 5s through 11th unlimited. Is there someone caring to make the motion?
So moved.
Ms. Valerio Noak, is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson, discussion. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes, motion passes 6-0. Item number 2, conference travel. It is recommended by the superintendent and the board president that the board approve conference travel to the annual MASA Women in Leadership Conference in Traverse City, Michigan on April 10th through the 11th, 2025 for Vice President Lisa Wilson. The conference highlights education and leadership. The total cost for the conference is $500 plus receipts for meals and hotel accommodation. Ms. Wilson should return with receipts of conference and submit to the board. Is there a motion? Is there someone willing to make a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard made the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson? Discussion.
Yes.
Yes, Ms.
Why
Blair?
was it not offered to everyone on the board, or any woman on the board?
I believe, was this item in question posed to the board, or was this something that, that you had researched on your own, that you were
Yeah, this was
sent
something
literature?
that was brought to my attention about if I wanted to attend.
Okay. It's a great opportunity for us women.
So, Madam,
May I
Yes,
also add that this was communicated to every board member. It is posted on the MASB website and also on the MASA website, which is where Ms. Wilson, she found the information, she brought the information forward, and that's how it was presented to this, for this to be approved.
thank you, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Maynard, you wanted to expound?
if the two women on the board want to go, I would amend my motion right now to send all three of you, each one of you getting $500. I would ask that you carpool together, but if you got,
Hang on, this is not a free-for-all. I mean, I don't think that, Ms. Nauk or Ms. Kaminsky should be put to this moment. If they want to go, it should be studied and, done as a package deal. Maybe we do this in volume. Send every woman that's at an upper level. But, just to go willy-nilly, this is.
My problem,
Let's do this in an orderly fashion.
Excuse me.
People are jumping in, talking, people being recognized that don't have standing on the board to be recognized. Mr. Janzarek just can't yell something out without being recognized, so we have to have some order here, Mr. President.
Thank you.
excuse me, Madam President.
The chair recognizes Mr. Maynard.
Thank you. I'm getting right tired. That last offer, I was duly recognized by you. I put it out there if the ladies want to go, that I would amend my motion if they wanted to go.
There's a motion on the floor to
What,
approve
Mr.
it.
Powers?
Either we approve it or we don't.
Mr.
Let's move
Powers.
on.
The very same thing that he just complained about, he interrupted the rest of us
Can
doing.
we please have order? What I would like to say, I believe Mr. Maynard was finished, is that we're certainly within our 30 days. If Ms. Valerio Noak and myself would like to review the material, we can certainly review the material and put that forward to our next meeting, shall we choose to go. So, is
May I
it,
have you heard?
Mr. Powers, yes.
I'm gonna support the motion. I think it would be wonderful for Ms. Wilson to attend that. Go, be blessed, have a great time, learn a lot. Tell us what you learn when you come back. And I call the question, let's vote on it, and let's move on. If the other women wanna go, I'm gonna vote for that too.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk? No. Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes. Motion passes 5-0. Job fair. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of human resources that the board approve travel to Grand Valley University Job Fair on April 22nd, 2025 for Andrew Lewis. Mr. Lewis should return with reports of the job fair and submit to the board. Is there a motion on the floor? Or someone willing to make a motion to the floor?
So moved. Motion.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Makes the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson, thank you. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, Mr. Powers.
I would ask, Madam Chairman, if, for purposes of the discussion on this motion, if we could at least consolidate 3 through 5 to put to Mr. Janzarek, since these are all going to be recruiting trips, not to get ahead of ourselves, but we're talking about Grand Valley, but we're getting ahead of ourselves to, I guess, Jackson, Mississippi, and Lansing, Michigan, East Lansing, Michigan, and so forth. To what extent do these, in the past, have these served a function that is cost-effective? I assume that it has, or else you wouldn't be recommending that with the Human Resources Director. But is this a significant way that we recruit people, or is this, is there a better way? I mean, this is a lot of time and money, you know, and is it gonna bear fruit? Or obviously you can't make any guarantees, but, you know, what might, you know, what is the potential for these 3 job fairs to bear fruit, to justify the cost? Obviously, you've already made that determination. I'd just like to know the rationale behind it. The experience and the hope, you know.
At this point, in terms of locating educators, we're trying something new where we haven't done a lot of job fairs. We definitely haven't traveled to Jackson State University before, but after hearing at the last board meeting an interest to have more getting out there to try to recruit, we did hire a human resources specialist this year with the intent of opening up a little bit more, trying to get out there. Within the job fairs, you could recruit someone right away from one and they could be here for 30 years, but right now, within our current climate of how we're getting educators and how short-staffed we are, we have to try to do something a little bit different. And for some of them, yes, there's travel cost with some of them, but on the other side of it, if we're able to attract quality individuals, that maybe our umbrella is going a little bit farther out rather than just relying on a posting of individuals that live in Macomb. We're trying to branch out a little bit more and trying to get out there to see maybe attract more people in. I think it's extremely valuable and worth it.
Is that paralleled in other comparable public school districts, that method of recruiting?
We're rewriting things right now,
Okay.
Mr. Powers, with where we're at with staffing. For a while, when I first started as an elementary principal, I think I had 500 to 600 people apply for one 4th grade job.
Is there much call for somebody in the Mississippi Delta to look for a job here in north of the Mason-Dixon line?
We did have a neighboring district do it a couple of years ago, and we actually benefited them.
Okay.
We could go down and get nothing. We could go down and have a couple individuals that want to try something different. Michigan still is, in terms of other states around, they're comparable in terms of salaries. So could it benefit us greatly? Absolutely. Could we go down there and have nothing come from it? I can't guarantee it, but I would like the opportunity to have 2 individuals go down there for this to try to attract some staff members.
I missed the last meeting, but I watched it on the video. I don't recall a resolution on this. But you said there was one member who suggested it, and therefore that's why you put it in
It's just been conversation.
Okay, all right. I'm sure that member, whoever it was, knew what he was talking about.
Is there any further discussion on the job fair going to Grand Valley University for April 22nd? Yes, Ms. Valeria Noak.
Can I Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I, can we make a vote on all three together? Because they're all the same thing. Or do we really need to have them be separated? Because I'm thinking for the interest of time.
So I
and efficiency.
believe.
I'm just
I mean, we have a
suggesting
motion
that
on
we
the
vote for all
floor.
three at the same time.
So I understand, but I believe the people would need to redact, and then we would need to move that we combine non-consent items number 3,
4, and 5.
4, and 5. So, Ms. Wilson, are you willing to withdraw your motion? And Mr. Wilson, are you in support of that so that we can re-motion for all three?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let the record reflect that that motion has been fulfilled. And now the new motion to the board will be the combining of the non-consent items number 3 to Grand Valley University Job Fair on April 22nd, 2025. For Jackson State University on September 10th, 2025. And then to Michigan State University on March 10th, 2025. Is there someone willing to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Ms. Valerio Noak
I'll support.
and Ms. Wilson. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
And Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes. Motion passes 6-0. The next item of business is a school social worker. It is recommended by the superintendent and,
I'm sorry, point of business, the motion was simply to hear all three at the same time, not to vote on the merits of the three.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought we
Ms.
were
Nauk's
voting.
motion was that we
Oh,
combine all three.
you are correct. Got you. Combine.
We haven't actually
Thank
voted
you.
on the
Thank you.
substance.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Powers,
welcome.
for pointing that out to me. Okay, so now we are combining. So the motion before the board is to send Andrew to Grand Valley State University, April 22nd, to Jackson University on September the 10th, 2025.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve non-consent items number 3, 4, and 5.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. Mr. Maynard is in support of those items. Is there anyone willing to support Mr. Maynard?
I support.
Ms. Wilson, is there further discussion? Hearing or seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes. And Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes, motion passes 6-0. The next item of business is a school social worker. It is recommended by the superintendent and the Director of Human Resources that the board approve Caitlin Hewer as a school social worker effective immediately, contingent upon approved physical records check and fingerprints. The rate of pay will be $74,883, step 10 of the MA plus 30 salary schedule, contingent to the number of days worked in the 24-25 school year. That is strategic goal number 1, employment services, recruit and retain talent to support and enhance student services. Is there anyone willing to make that motion?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Is there anyone offering support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson. Is there any discussion from the board? Hearing and seeing none. Ms. Valeria Noak, would you please take the roll?
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, and Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes. Motion passes 6-0. Next on our agenda is a pilot program. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of human resources that the board approve the pilot program agreement with ProCare. This is a pilot program. Will provide services of speech pathologists and keep the district IEPs in compliance. Again, strategic goal number 1, employment services, recruit and retain talent to support and enhance student success.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Maynard makes the motion. Do I have support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson? Is there any discussion on the board on the clarity of, yes, Mr. Maynard?
Through the chair to the superintendent, I just want to make sure, because it says overtime is billed at 1.5 and minimum hours worked is 37.5. Are we paying overtime after 37.5? Are we paying overtime after 4 o'clock?
After 40.
After 40?
After 40.
Okay, perfect. That's it.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the board? Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk, yes, Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes. Motion passes 6-0. General public comment on items not on the agenda. We encourage you to voice your opinion on topics not on the agenda. Please stand and be recognized by the chairperson. State your name and address before commenting. To provide the opportunity for all to participate, board policy limits each individual to 3 minutes. To ensure due process and respect of individual rights, the district maintains a formal process for handling, I apologize, I lost my spot here. Complaints against individuals. A problem involving an individual or individuals or specific incident is best handled through administrative channels. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect for dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that if your statements violate the rights of others under the law of defamation or invasion of privacy, you may be held legally responsible. Is there anyone wanting to comment on items not on the agenda?
Good evening, my name is Dawn Durkas. I have been a teacher for over 20 years in this community. I volunteered for curriculum committees, piloted tutoring programs and curriculums. I taught summer school several years and mentored teachers and served as a guiding coalition leader. I worked on the superintendent's advisory board and was part of the school improvement teams to help this district problem solve, progress, and develop a common vision. I helped lead my school's PBIS program and led the student council to help grow student leaders in this district. I have attended countless school and community events and spent weeks away in the summer training. I have been selected as a model teacher to represent our district every year on a Saturday at the ISD's preschool enrollment fair. I have lost countless hours with my family while devoting my career to this district, remaining a loyal teacher leader for decades. So I was very interested in the board presentation at the last meeting when the question was asked by the board, how does the district show they value the teachers? It was presented that the teachers were honored at the back-to-school breakfast and received a 4% and 3% raise on their past contract. But I am here to talk about the other side of the story. In August, I reached 20 years of service. I purchased a new dress for the picture that was always taken to be published in the district newsletter. No such picture was taken this year. In years past, engraved crystal clocks or nice embroidered shirts were given. This is what I received after 20 years of service, was a Mike Dorian Ford and a flimsy certificate that didn't even make it home due to the rain and having to shove it into my bag. While it's true that we received nice raises on our last contract, the other side was not mentioned. I have been a teacher for 24 total years. I just reached the top pay last school year. It has been proposed that the first 3 steps be eliminated to recruit staff, yet I had 3 years of teaching experience when I started with this district that were not honored. I started at step 0 despite 3 years of experience and went on to spend 16 of 18 years receiving concessions. The district promised that a cut we would take would only be for 2 years. The promise was broken and it lasted several more years. 5 additional steps were then added, making it take me 5 additional years to reach the top. So here I stand now, just 4 years from retirement eligibility, and I'm just now at the top pay level where I can start saving for my retirement. Yet the district once again is giving a proposal that will cut my income by thousands of dollars. The district seeks to cut GSRP stipends and cut or reduce longevity pay. These proposals were seeking to cut my income between $3,700 to $5,000. Even with the additional $1,000 proposed, I would earn less. By cutting longevity, you are cutting pay from your top leaders and mentors, the ones who have remained loyal to this district through all the hardships that they had faced. The ones that mentor all your staff that you recruit. Essentially, you seek to recruit, but not retain. After 20 years of dedication, devotion, and leadership, a pay decrease, this mug, and 162 days without a contract.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I heard Massa Powers, a very offensive term that needs to be addressed because we've got to identify these roaches that you were talking about. And the question is whether you, sir, will allow me, this evident roach, to get up and address this school board. Because I'd like to know who they are, who these roaches are that you so adamantly just threw out there. And you keep coming in here talking about how wrong the previous board was, sir, and you will not deny the fact that you lost in the circuit court. You lost. You went and presented your infantile case, which was comical, Keystone Copish, and the judge ruled against you. So upset you are that that black man got away from here with whatever the amount was, that it just got to your craw, and you just got to get it back. You got to do whatever you can and come up with whatever nuances that you fabricate in your mind. But then you go back to the roaches that came out when the lights were turned out. Who, sir, are the roaches? Let me throw some names out and you can let me know. Or do I have to go to a Step and Fetch It School of Tap to be accepted by you as I stand before you and tap dance the way you want me to tap dance? Is the roach Beverly Lewis Moss, who's a part of that illegitimate board? Was it Brodnick that you ran out of town, that you were so upset about, and you can't stop until you win? And let's talk about race, because that needs to be understood. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment were amendments that dealt with the post-civil rights, the post-slavery era of the antebellum.
We call them the Civil War Amendments.
Mr. Mayor,
They are called,
Mr.
exactly,
Powers.
sir, and
Civil War
it's me
Amendments.
talking, and you keep your mouth shut while I'm talking. No, but you didn't
I'm
say.
trying to help you a
No,
little.
you
Mr. Powers.
didn't say it was a civil, and you think I'm ignorant. You didn't say that it was a Civil War Amendment. You just mentioned the 14th Amendment. The 13th Amendment freed the slaves. The 14th Amendment made their children citizens, and the 15th Amendment gave the right to vote. So yes, sir, it has to do with race. And yes, there's a great divide in this district, and it's going to remain that way as long as there are those like you that's got to dredge it out because you want to deal with the issues the way that you deal with, and you're upset because because you're lost in the circuit court, sir. You're
Bishop
lost. Suck it
Bradley.
up and swallow it.
Bishop Bradley, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Ann Patty. I'm proud to be a teacher at Robbie Hall Parker Elementary School. This is my 3rd year teaching in Clintondale and my 15th year formally working in the field of education. I've been asked many times throughout the past 3 years by friends and family if I'm happy in Clintondale. Every time I'm asked, I have to pause. I don't think happy is the right word to describe how I feel. I will say that working in Clintondale matches my convictions about and passion for working toward educational justice. I will also say that I'm grateful for the colleagues I've had the pleasure of getting to know and work with in Clintondale. I have great respect and admiration for the dedication and work ethic of teachers and administrators like Terry Martin, Stephanie Christian, Michelle Pakla, Jamie Lampasona, Shauna Hemler, and Rashida Shack. Their commitment to Clintondale is inspiring. I am also grateful for the professional development and training I have received in Clintondale. I am without a doubt a better teacher than I was 3 years ago because of the influence of these outstanding educators and the professional learning opportunities that have been provided. And though I am grateful for my own growth and development and the opportunity to do meaningful work each day, I cannot say that I am happy in Clintondale. I take the responsibility of being a teacher very seriously. I come to work early and stay after school almost every day. I often spend time working and engaging in my own professional development in the evenings and on weekends as well. I spent the summer reading teachers' manuals, planning and gathering resources and supplies for my classroom. I spent my own money, brought things from home, and asked my friends and family to purchase items for my classroom that I knew would not be provided by the school district. I put in many unpaid days of work in August to clean and set up my classroom. I did all of this because I wanted to. I did it because I thought it was the right thing to do for my students. I did it because I want to be the best teacher I can be. And I did it because I think our students deserve it. But it is so discouraging to pour myself out on behalf of my students when the district is not doing the same for teachers. I do not understand why the district has chosen not to move teachers up to the next step on the salary schedule during the bargaining process, and has communicated that it does not intend to retroactively pay teachers once the contract is settled. I don't understand why the district has proposed eliminating longevity pay for teachers who have demonstrated long-term commitment to the district. Teaching is a hard job, and teaching in Clintondale is exceptionally hard. The dysfunction is at times unfathomable. It's hard for me to understand why the district is choosing to add to the burden that teachers bear, teachers that are showing this kind of commitment to the kids. So am I happy in Clintondale? No. I am disheartened, I am disconcerted, and I am disillusioned.
Is there?
Good evening, my name is Stephanie Christian. I've lived in the district my entire life, and I'm a proud graduate of Clintondale. This is my 21st year working as a teacher in the district. I've seen so many changes in our district over the years, living here my whole life, and I've been part of every challenge that we faced. Unfortunately, there has been one constant in the last 2 decades, the struggle to settle a fair contract in a timely manner. I was hopeful that we would not be in this position again, but we are here on this day, 162, no contract. The teachers want and deserve a fair contract. The language in the contract is an agreement so that all parties understand the expectations. The lack of a contract is very unsettling. I've watched so many of our amazing educators leave. Over 50% of our educators have left in the last year and a half. Retain and recruit is a nice slogan, but it appears that you are only achieving the recruit part. The retention piece would increase with a fair contract. We need our experienced teachers to stay and feel valued in our district. This is what our students need and deserve. We cannot improve scores when we are constantly hiring new teachers. We need continuity of our professional learning in order to do that. At the last board meeting, there was a discussion of a raise that the teachers were given. It is true there was an increase on the pay scale. However, what was missing was how long the teachers have sacrificed to keep the district afloat. There was a 1% increase in the year 2007. Then, 5 years later, in 2012, the teachers gave a concession to the school district. We gave 6% of our paycheck to the district and long step freezes. This means that on my paycheck, it had my salary, and then under that, it said minus this amount. The concession lasted until 2017. Then it became a 4% reduction. This continued until December 2020. Finally, in '22, we were given a 4% increase in the schedule. So the following year was 3% was added. So when you're told that teachers were just given a big raise at the last contract, that's not the clear picture. To recap, there was not a raise from 2007 to 2022. Can you imagine working for a place where there's no increase in your wage for 15 years? And while that is going on, you're giving money, it's subtracted out of your paycheck? I'm pretty confident that you would find that unacceptable. Throughout all those years, teachers have still come to school and give their best to our students each and every day. I want to remind the board that the teachers are the ones that have contact with the students each and every day. The teachers are the ones that a parent will look to for support and questions that they may have. If you are truly putting students first, like you say, then you have to think about the teachers that are helping them to grow. We truly care about our students, but we want to feel valued. At the last board meeting, a member asked what the district was doing to show the teachers that we appreciate them. While I appreciate the thought, I know that I and many of my colleagues would appreciate a fair contract settled tomorrow. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you can work to get the contract settled quickly. I know Mr. Janzarek and the board, you have a great vision for the school district, but we need this to retain our teachers.
Thank you.
It's hard to follow teachers, just saying. Madam President, Superintendent, really? 3 minutes, really? Madam President, trustees, my much older sister Carolyn, and my girlfriend Debbie of 1975. My name is Rodney Harris. Hopefully most of you know me. I'm the president of Clintondale Education Foundation. I'm also the co-director with Linda Brooke of the Dragon Community Outreach, which we're closing in on 20,000 people fed. I want to thank Ken for letting me into his schools freely, roam around, helping teachers, helping students. That's what we do. But I'm here to announce the Wall of Honor class for 2024. We will have a reception. I will get with Ms. Kelly, schedule that. We're looking at late April. We're going to have the class here. All of you are going to be invited. We'll be upstairs with a reception so we can bingo. Very simple that I asked my committee to do. All these people, all the applications were very successful. I made it very easy for them. What I asked them to do, amazing character. Secondly, integrity. Two pretty big items. The thirdly, which wiped out so many candidates, was what are you doing for our community? So yes, you had a great career. You went on your rocket science. What are you doing for Clintondale community? How are you helping this district today? Very simple. Here's a list of candidates. First we have Kathleen Clayton. Many of you probably know, class of 72. Terry White, I heard Ms. White's name mentioned, class of 73. Grace Baer, she's the president of Sister Judy's Outreach. She does so much behind the scene that makes this community go. If you need clothes, if you need shoes, Miss Baer, class of 75. Scott Bubba Lasher, can't say enough about him. And we have two honorees for the first time. Mitch Ritter came here in the spring of 1973. Mitch Ritter still gives back today. Melanie Cargill, when I gave her her acceptance, she was on the phone with Clintondale to make sure things were still going correctly. Last but not least, our captain. We have a captain. You all know him. Phil Ciroli. What he does for this community. Phil, I met Phil when I was like 8 years old. His mother was supervisor of the cafeteria, feeding us. And what Phil does today, that he retired in 2019, he's in Florida right now, making phone calls to make sure there's heat in this building. Just amazing. Anyway, that's a Wall of Honor frame, our class. Plaques are being made as we speak. Everyone here will be invited to that. Hopefully you'll see we have such great people coming through this community. Hopefully you have an idea. Barry, you know,
we've been around. And the people that walk these halls since 1957,
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
it's been amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Almost.
All right, I'm up here for our regular reminder. We have our Night at the Races coming up, which is sponsored by the C Club. The C Club is our alumni group that helps support our athletic programs. Not only our programs, but also a lot of these school improvements that have been going around on the school, okay? Last 10 years, over $250,000 raised to help our kids and help improve our facilities. I invite everybody to come on out to the Night at the Races, February 28th, over at Fern Hill. I don't know how many people are still listening, but I will say it again, what better way to raise money for kids than food, alcohol, and gambling? So I hope everybody can come on out and help us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walmsley.
Oh, you got 2 minutes left.
I told him to put to 2 minutes. Anybody else? Thank you, everybody, for staying. We appreciate your support.
Motion to adjourn.
Mr. Maynard, anybody supporting? Mr. Wilson, Madam Secretary, oh, you know what, I think I gotta do it consistently. All right, anybody, all in favor by aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned at 11:30. Thank you, everybody, please drive safely.